You're alive. So just give a few people time to get in. Things to say, stuff to do. Don't mess with my stuff. Hope everybody's well, wherever you are in the world. I have no preference to wishing people well. It don't have to be the USA or England or Australia. It can be anywhere. So I want. Hi, MJ. It is a good. Well, yes, still on this side of the third. Hope you had a good Labour Day. I hope everybody had a good Labour Day. Yeah. Well, Labour Day weekend, sorry. Hope you had a good Labour Day weekend. It's good that you have it before the Labour Day, but hey ho. Yeah, I want to talk about a few things. Hey, Ben and Davey B. Well, three good ones in, but two, I'm assuming, I don't know. I'm not going to say. I do know, but I'm not going to say whether you are or not. I don't know if you want people to know. So, but it is good to have you here. So, it just amazes me how people react to information and how they can't see or hear simple truth. So, hey Casper, how you doing? Their willingness to believe that I quit is beyond unreal. It's beyond unreal to believe that I quit with everything that I've said in 4 years. To believe that I quit, but it's not because I said I quit. It's because they thought I quit. I didn't make a statement saying that I quit. So now there's a few people in. I'll talk about what it was I was talking about. It would not have mattered in the slightest at all whether David Paisano spoke to Charlotte or not. Absolutely no difference. None whatsoever with regard to the statement I made. And it's absolutely pathetic that they would, whoever, these people that commented, shouldn't even contemplate for a millisecond, that I quit. What was really said, go watch the video, you'll hear it. Firstly, if David Paisano spoke to Shiloh, and we have to believe that David Paisano is telling the truth, because why would he say anything different? But listen to it. If David Paisano spoke to Shiloh, then I would have to agree. Me and David B, we would have to agree that his statement, remember, if Shiloh spoke to David, his statement about the grid not being the solve for the Forrest Fenn thrill of the chase chest, listen to the video again, I'd have to agree. He's right. It's not. I'd have to give that up. If that was the solve that I was giving for the Forrest Fenn thrill of the chase chest, I've worked on it for years. I would have to give it up. But in 4 years, listen, please listen. I'm sick of saying the same things. I did not even tell Forrest to solve. I've told you this, all of you. The who and the where I might have done, but not the solve. Forrest doesn't want to know. He wants to know the who and the where. Doesn't want to know the chest, the who and the where. That's all he needs to know. I didn't give him a solve. I told you I didn't give him a solve. I told you, listen, please listen, you crazy people. And you know I'm talking to you. I don't mean everybody. Please don't be offended. I don't mean everybody. Just these idiots. I told you I didn't give a solve. And in the video, watch the video. I said you said it was my solve. You. You said it was my solve. I told you don't know my solve. Forrest doesn't know my solve. Are you catching on yet, David? Five Leaf, are you catching on? Shiloh, listen, Shiloh could not have told David Paisano my solve. I did not tell my solve. If you listened, I said, I didn't tell Forrest because Forrest said, don't trust anyone. Do you remember those words? Did you hear those words? If I didn't tell Forrest, how the heck could Shiloh know? How could he know any solve that I had was incorrect? You see. Whoa! I can go fishing as well. Shiloh could not know my solve. Forrest didn't know my solve. He knew the who and the where. He didn't know my solve. I didn't tell him. I did not tell him how I found the who and the where. I said, listen, you remember what I said? I said, I was happy with my solve. I am not searching anymore. That's what I said. That's what I told you. That was the truth. So there is no way, none. I know you'd like to think that I gave up. I know you love that. There is no way that I believed what David Paisano said. If I said David Paisano was telling the truth, I know he wasn't telling the truth. Because Forrest didn't know my solve, so how could Shiloh know it? How could he say that my solve, the grid solve, was incorrect? I did not give Forrest a grid solve. I didn't give him one. I didn't give you a grid solve. I told you the grid was for information. The solve I gave you, if you remember, if you heard over the last 4 years, my first videos I gave to you, what were they about? You don't remember? They're about the words. And lately, what have they been about? The words. How did I say you solved the Forrest Fenn Thrill of the Chase poem? Was it something like, you open the Thrill of the Chase book, you get to the poem, you read the poem with a little imagination, and there's the solve. Is that what I've said? So why on earth would you believe anything? Why on earth would you believe anything that would give you the slightest idea that I had given up? The slightest idea that the grid information, whilst you can get the information correctly for the Thrill of the Chase Forrest Fenn poem, you can get it in that grid. That's not how you solve it. As I've told you many a time, over and over. So please stop the bull. Don't say, oh, yes, you did. You gave up. And then you realise that David didn't meet Charlotte and then he did. No. Go back to the video, hear what I said. And go back to, oh, you can't because I made them private. But go back to my videos where I've said to you over and over, there is a simple solve to find the chest. It's simple. It doesn't involve the grid. It doesn't involve moving nothing, colouring anything, nothing. It involves reading the Forrest Fenn Thrill of the Chase poem in the book or online, remember? That's what I said. With a little imagination, that's what I said. And that's the solve. That's what I said. And you turn around and say, yeah, you gave up. No, I told you that the grid is not the solve for the Forrest Fenn poem, which I've been telling you for 4 years. I just worded it differently. I just came across differently. I just used different bait. Because you don't listen. I talk nicely, you don't listen. I shout at you and tell you that you should be doing this, this, and this in order to get this, this, and this, and the catalyst, and you don't listen. I tell you I'm giving up, and the grid is not the solve, and you hear it. You hear it. Yes, the grid is not the solve. Told him it wasn't the solve. You told me. You told me it wasn't the solve. Didn't I tell you it wasn't the solve? I told you I'm giving you information. There is a secret treasure, maybe needs the grid. And there is the Forrest Fenn, Thrill of the Chase poem that maybe tells you where a chest is. And for you to say that I've given up, crazy, absolutely crazy, especially when you know the information that you have, that I gave you. That information that I gave you says this is just information. The grid is just information. The real solve is read the poem with a little imagination. I've told you that already. So for me to say I'm giving up the solve as the solve to find a chest, what am I saying? What am I saying differently than I've already been saying? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And it proves you don't listen. I've said nothing different than I've been saying for 4 years. Forrest hid the chest in the words that he used in the poem. That's what I've been saying for 4 years. And for me to agree with Shiloh, whether he met with David or not, doesn't make any difference. That the grid is not the solve for that. It's not. It never has been. I never said it was. You lot did. You said my solve was the grid solve. You said it. I never even said I was the solver. But you said it was my solve. You, not me. I said you didn't know my solve. I don't know how many times I told you you didn't know my solve. I basically said everything that I've said for the last 4 years in that video. And you turn and say, oh, you gave up. No. I just told you the exact same information. Different. Hi, Merla. Oh, Sophia. Said some naughty things. I knew he was joking. Even if he was, that's why I said in my video, if he spoke to David, if he spoke to Shiloh, then we would have to believe him because, David's not going to lie, is he? But it doesn't make any difference. Absolutely doesn't make any difference, Ben. I didn't give Forrest a solve, so Shiloh couldn't know the solve. So there were two things that were going on. Either Shiloh is lying, but what he's saying is absolutely correct. The grid is not the solve for the Forrest Fenn poem. So if David did speak for Forrest, he's just admitting that the grid solve is not the solve for the Forrest Fenn poem. And I have to agree with that. If he did meet Shiloh, if he did. And if he didn't, I'd still admit the grid solve is not the solve for the Forrest Fenn Thrill of the Chase poem. It's not. No, for the chest. It's not. So whether he did or he didn't makes no difference. My statement is still the same. The grid solve is not the solve that finds the chest. Doesn't matter if he spoke to Shiloh or not. Even if it was true. The only thing that could be is either David is lying or Forrest is protecting Forrest. Shiloh is protecting Forrest because it is not. It's a true statement. The grid solve is not the solve to find the Forrest Fenn Thrill of the Chase chest. So it didn't matter. And that's why I said it in the video. If David did meet him, I would have to agree. I would have to agree with the statement that David made, that Shiloh made. But it didn't matter whether Shiloh made it or not. The statement is correct. Whether Shiloh made it or David made it. The statement is correct. It's nothing different I've been saying for the last 4 years. The statement is correct. How is that giving up? That's just telling you what I've said for the last 4 years. The grid doesn't give you the solution to the poem and the thrill of the chase. It does. No, yes, it does. But it's not the solution to find the chest that you need to find the chest. So it gives you all that information, but it's not the solution. So you can get the information, but it's not what Forrest Fenn wanted in regard to the actual correct solve that is nailed down for the Forrest Fenn Thrill of the Chase chest. I hope that makes sense. So whilst you can get the information from the grid, that's not the solve. The solve, as I've said, is read the poem with a little imagination, have it nailed down, and you have the solve. That's it. So my statement is 100% correct. No giving up, no retreat, no surrender, no giving up. And it didn't matter if Shiloh told David, if Shiloh did not tell David. It makes no difference at all. I can agree with the statement that David made. I can agree with the statement that Shiloh made if Shiloh made the statement to David. And I said, Shiloh, your card is marked because you told a searcher before you told me that the solve was incorrect. And then David goes on to say, which is, you can't believe that it's true, because he went on to say, well, the best way is for everybody to give up their solves so he could be the solver. So that's why I did it. So what a stupid thing to say. Shiloh told me that these solves weren't correct. Well, that means your solve is correct. It means David Paisano's solve is correct. Or David is bullshitting because he was told his solve was wrong. That's how simple it is. You can't say that Shiloh has denounced somebody's solve and he's going to denounce everybody's solve, or talk to people. You can't say that, then ask people to denounce their solves so you all prove correct. It's bullshit. Absolute bullshit. So I did what he was talking about because it's what I've been doing for the last 4 years. It doesn't make any difference. So I just wanted to see what people do. And, I would say the usual suspects came out, happily. Some didn't. I'm surprised. Maybe they didn't see the video. I'm surprised some people didn't come out and say, oh, I knew your solve was wrong. It's like, you don't know my solve. And I've probably even said it to you, Ben, but you don't know my solve. No one knows my solve. Well, Davey does. Our solve. So he obviously knows our solve. But no one knows it. So how Shiloh could say it's wrong, it's like, no, I don't believe that. But I can't just say, David Paisano, you're a bullshitting twat. You can't say that and then say, everybody has to give up their solve. That's the best way to get answers. What? Come on. So no, I knew. Me and David talked about it. I said I'll do a video. And David did a video, I think, but he's a lot smaller than mine. But no giving up. We're near the end now, so definitely no giving up. Forrest only needed answers. Don't tell me found a chest. The who and the where is up to the find. Yep. Hey, Jeff, how you doing? Wow, the who and the where is up to the finder. Great. Why read FF the poem then? The who and the where? Now, you're the last person I thought was going to get iffy, but the who and the where? Well, the where is nailed down. So you have to tell him the where. And exactly, why do you have to tell him the who? If I'm the finder and I come out and say, I'm the finder, and that's truly the case, I don't need to say the who. You know the who. So why do you need to say the who? Who is the real Forrest Fenn? I hope they never find out. The who and the where. Read the poem. Tell Forrest. I can keep my secret where? How many questions in the poem? I did a video about it. How many questions? What if he just had to say, the where, Forrest? This is the where. The who, Forrest, is not the finder. Who is the real Forrest Fenn? See, the who and the where is up to the finder. Well, the finder doesn't have to say the who. Everybody knows who the finder is once the finder steps forward. So therefore, is Forrest saying, well, my answer is who, and my answer is where? The where must be nailed down, because if it's not nailed down, you have the script of Jack. The who? Talking about my generation. I don't know. So if it is a dead end and he is if FF is dead and he is, how can anyone read him the poem? Just curious. If FF is dead, maybe you read it to the who then. Maybe you read it to the who. Maybe you tell the who the where. And the who knows you know who because you're talking to the who. If you remember the statement, it's who's who in the zoo. Who's who and the where. Who's who in the zoo, Forrest? Who's who in the zoo? Who's who in the zoo? Guadalupe. Who's who in the zoo? I don't know. Oh, stop missing stuff. Stop missing stuff. Obviously, the poem holds information, exactly what we're doing. What's up, man? I hope you're doing good. I'm doing good, Steve. Thanks. I'm just trying to point out to these people that thought I'd given up. It's like, what? Don't be stupid. I don't give up. Charlotte never said it, man. I promise. I know he never said it. I know. But even if he did, Ben, that's what I'm trying to get across to people. Even if he did, it would be the right thing to say. It doesn't matter whether he did or he didn't. It really doesn't. I would not hold anything against Charlo at all, in the slightest. The card thing is a Forrest Fenn statement that I could make that Forrest Fenn would understand, but I hope he would. It doesn't matter. I have no ill feelings towards Charlo. It could never happen. And the statement was specifically if, it wouldn't matter anyway. If Charlo would only be talking in Forrest Fenn speak. It's a true statement. It doesn't matter if he did, and he would have meant no negativity with it. Absolutely not. It would have been a statement that Forrest would make. The grid solve is not the solve to find the chest. It's a true statement with no malice or harm involved. And if Charlo did say that, it could be well understood why he would say it. It's a true statement. The grid solve is not the solve for the Forrest Fenn Thrill of the Chase chest. It's not. So Forrest could say that, and he'd be absolutely correct. 100%, he could say it. So, you know, even if that was a statement, even if Charlotte had said that, it's a true statement, and I would have to agree with it. If it was just David that said it, I would have to agree with it. If Charlo said it, I would have to agree with it. If Forrest said it, I would have to agree with it. I would have to agree with it. So I was just having fun. It's just part of the chase. But thanks for that. I don't, I never believed that he did, but if he did, the camera's in when Mary puts his hand on his chin. Hey, it's not me. It's automatic. Laugh out loud, Steve. Okay, Horton. Don't know what that means. Oh, just a guy I didn't see. Sorry, you lot coming. Who's probably Skippy? There on the stair, right there, a little mouse. He knows the solve, but he never. Yeah, he may know the solve, but I don't think anyone can know my solve because I didn't tell Forrest. All I said to Forrest in the end, well, not said to him, emailed, was, I'm happy with myself, I'm not searching anymore. And, you know, I say I'm not searching. I look in the poem, obviously, because the chase is still playing out as we talk. So you lot are going so quick. Who's actually mentioned at the start of TTS? Eric Sloan lies to them about his age. Yes, he does. And Forrest said, I'm going to write a book titled 90. And then what happens? Yeah, we can't deny the statement. So whether Charlie said it, whether it was just a figment of David's imagination, it doesn't make any difference. There is no giving up. There is just, okay, he's putting out this information and I can agree with this information because it's what I've been saying all along. And, you know, I just wanted to see which fish, you know, jumped up and bit. And I was surprised with some of the ones. Happy in the knowledge that some people that said something, you know, I expected those people, but, you know, a couple said something I thought, oh, they're not the people I thought would kick off. I'll pass it on. Stick with your race. Uh-oh, I don't know what's happening there. Thanks. No one I know has done more than like 6 years in the road. Not that is either. What level yard are they going to? Having a chase that begins and ends at the same place is a very clever way to keep searchers off track. Very few would have thought that possible. Wow, just the guy. He thinks. He thinks. It is brilliant though, isn't it? Like, you begin and you end, you know, and you arrive back at the place and blah, blah, blah. Everything that Forrest said, you start and end in the same place. And people go to 9 different locations. It's like, what? He never said that. So yes, just the guy. Again, you know, I'd have to agree with that statement. I would have to agree with that statement. Whether you were Shiloh, David Paisano, or anyone else, I would have to agree with that. And very few would have thought that possible. None, apart from Forrest. Nobody would have thought it possible apart from Forrest. And if Forrest wasn't speaking to us, as I said before, if Forrest didn't give us any hints or clues or whatever you want to call them, nudges, everybody was nudged. It's like everybody says, oh, Jack was nudged, Jack was nudged. We're all nudged. Every single one of us was nudged. And don't deny it, because you're all going, Forrest was talking to me, Forrest was talking to me. Well, if he was talking to you, he nudged you. Stop it. You talk rubbish. I listen to people and I think, hang on a minute, they're kicking off about Jack being nudged, and they've all been nudged. They've all turned around and said, yeah, Forrest was talking to me. That statement was about me. That statement was about my soul. Blah, 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 blah. You've all been nudged. Every one of us has been nudged. Stop it. It's crazy. Don't get in shootouts with the man with the gun. Oh, I wonder if that could be me. Treasure Wells, when are you shaving? He shaved. He shaved. I was surprised. He shaved. Ben shaves his bush every night. How do you know? Right before I leave for Santa Fe this month. I thought you were going later. Have I got it wrong? Are you staying there a while? Nice. Trying to bring laughs to the world. Yes. How it should be. You know, I pleased a few people when I made my video. It's crazy. I can't believe that anybody, after everything that I've said for 4 years about my faith in Forrest, and they would think, it's just crazy. But worse than that, I've never even said it was my soul. Everybody else said it was the soul. Everybody else ridiculed it as my soul, or our soul, you know, if you want to include David B. Everybody ridiculed the both of us. If that's how you want to do it, like ridiculing both of us about the grid solve. And I come out and say, yes, you're right. Shiloh is right. David is right. And the chase community is right. The grid solve is not the solve. That doesn't mean I'm giving up. That just means I'm telling you again, in a different way, the grid solve is information. Lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of info. Remember, I said the poem is information, is info. The synonym of poem is info. The synonym of poem is narrative. The synonym of poem is story. All of those things that I told you that you haven't heard, and then I say it again differently, and you hear. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. There is no way that I've given up. There is no way. Well, there's nothing to give up for. This is. I don't get it. You don't hear me. This is over. This is never about us. It was never about us. I don't know how many times I've said it. It was about Forrest making it happen. So the chasing, to all intents and purposes, is over for us as searchers. It's Forrest's thrill of the chase now. He's making it happen how, the way that it's supposed to be. And that's where he is. That's what he's doing. That's how it's being done. It doesn't matter if you think Forrest has passed, then he's passed, but it's still happening the way that Forrest has laid it out. And he's still making it happen. His chase happening the way that he wants it to happen. That's it. Treasure Wars. Is that when you pick up the... Yeah, we were talking about that, weren't we, Davey? About a new handle being a new name, a new title. What does that mean? Oh, I see what you mean now. I've just looked back and seen it. That. I've just seen it. Ignore the negative, folks, man. I just have thrown the rule here for the same reason. Yeah, I don't. It's just frustrating that they talk to me like I'm expected to believe them. And it's like, haven't you heard what I've said? Like, I've told them they're all in the poem. I've told them their souls are in the poem. Lots of things that I've said. I've told them that it's not the grid. And they come up and say things and I think, what? And, you know, when I discuss it with Dave and we talk about it, it's like, no, nobody's that stupid. You don't get to be 30, 40, 50, 60 years old, 70 years old, whatever. You don't get to be that old being that stupid or that hard of hearing. It doesn't happen. There's another reason why these people are saying they're doing what they're doing. Because, if you couldn't hear that I said the grid is not the solve before I made that video, I don't know. I don't know. If you couldn't hear that I said he hid it in the words, I don't know. I don't. And while I shout down the screen, I'm not really that mad. All that, I am frustrated a little, but not to the extent that I make out. I'm not as sad as I make out. You can take that either way, whatever way you want. But I'm not. So, yeah, I am still having fun. When me and Davey talk, it's a lot different than when, I interact with some of the negative people in the chase who may or may not be helping Forrest. I don't know. Like David Paisano, who's going to do the Fenn Ghost. I don't know. And I don't put too much what? Come on, what's the word? Too much. I don't put too much, not emphasis, credibility to what people say, because Forrest said, just use the vlogs for entertainment. And, I'm part of that. What I put out was just entertainment. It wasn't, you were supposed to hear it, but not, hear it for what it is, not make up your own mind what it is. Mary, are you following Charlotte's eBay? I'm sorry, I'm not. No, I'm not in that financial position where I would bid on something, and I don't want to be tempted to bid on something. So, whilst I would love to own something, I don't want to put myself in a position where I think, oh, I've got to have that. So at the moment, my wife has passed. I'm on my own. I retired early because, we had lots of income coming in. I retired early, and now I've retired early and there's only one lot of income coming in. So, I have to be careful with the pennies that I've got. Now, I could go back to work, but I retired because I've got an issue with my blood and I'm on thinners. And if I stand too long, sit too long, I have an issue with getting ulcers on my ankles. And that means I can't wear shoes. Like, I'm not even wearing shoes now. I've normally got my feet up. have to wear stockings, you know, to keep the blood going through, or got a machine that circulates the blood. In order that that doesn't happen. So if I went back to work, I would risk having that issue again. And if it did come back, then I wouldn't be able to work, and then I'd be stuffed totally. So I retired thinking there was going to be two of us, and there wasn't. So stuffed, I am stuffed. I could claim off the government, I suppose, but that's not what what I do. But if things got desperate, then I suppose I'd have to. Oh, people are that stupid. You have to accept that. It's difficult to accept that, to believe, especially when one of them's a NASA dropout. It's like, nah, you're hearing what I'm saying. You must be hearing what I'm saying. Good, you know who that show belonged to, right? Good. Oh, you talk to Ben? Yeah, Ben knows who that is. Oh, aside from Forrest, not sure. So he knows Forrest. Ask Shiloh. You can stop by and say hi if you want. I'm in New Mexico about 2.5 hours from Santa Fe. Ooh, sounds like Cynthia. Home Depot. Yes, fun. Yep, I like it, Steve. You don't have to buy or bid, and most are cheap as heck. We just talk about what they might mean. You don't have to buy or bid, and most are cheap as heck. We just talk about what they might. But the thing is, I would buy. That's what I'm saying. I mean, I'll go on there, but I know me. Oh, I want that. But if it's cheap as heck, then I may do. Most are not bidding; they are low priced and make offer. Okay, David. Oh, I'm trusting you because my fear is I don't really want to go on there and spend hundreds of pounds. I know I'll be tempted to spend money because it's Forrest Fenn, and I was happy to get those agates, call them, from Luli Bell. The Chaseopoly from Tim, which he sent some gold leaf something, which I accidentally didn't notice, and burnt it. So the packaging, it was stuck to the packaging. I knew that the packaging didn't feel right, but I just thought it was part of the packaging, so it was like stiff. But I threw it away, and then he told me it was something on there. I was like, oh, should didn't know. So yes, we are all stupid. You're right. We're all stupid. All searchers should have known what the eBay auctions were about. David Crump. Dark descriptions are interesting. Yeah, my fear is, I have to watch the pennies. Who was it the other day? David Paisano, about his book. So it's only $3. Might only be $3 to you, but until I'm settled with my incomings and my outgoings, I'm just a little bit careful. I may have loads of money to mess about with, or I may have none. I might not be able to get my shopping. But until things settle down, I don't know exactly where I'm going to be because, like I said, 2 incomes now. There's only one, and because there's only one, the bill is different because there's one instead of 2. So and the direct debits were for more because obviously we used more electricity, more gas, and that. With there being 2 of us, she was at home all day, so she would have had it on. Whereas now I'm at home all day. I'm not using as much as Yvonne would have used. So she did a lot more washing than I did, a lot more cooking than I do. Than I do. She did a lot more than I do. So I don't use as much electric. I don't use as much gas. So hopefully those, direct debits will come down a bit. I've had one through today for the gas saying we reduced it. See if the electric goes down. So going forward, I may have, but at the moment, no. Uh-oh, Steve's retracting. Not him personally, just what he's doing. Yeah. Treasure Warriors, do you think you will get final answers sort of thing? Ooh, I sort of agree, David, but it's fun to discuss in our chat on this. Yeah, see, I don't go on there. So, I mean, even that was a almost a hint. So I don't do Discord, I do Accord, according to the synonyms. So I have idea, one idea. I have idea what I'll get besides a shovel, but I have some plans up my sleeve. Ooh, I have no idea. Oh, I have no idea. Not one idea. No idea. Darn it. Our only rule is don't be a. Yeah, but the trouble is, there's plenty. There are plenty of people that can be that way. There are plenty that can be that way. I mean, I did that video knowing that there would be people that would, jump on the chance that I said it wasn't correct. And that's crazy. I shouldn't be thinking like that. But it was fun to do because it's everything that I've been saying for the last 4 years. And David Paisano, Shiloh or not, doesn't make no difference, makes that statement. And it's like, well, you just said what I've been saying to you for ages. I agree 100% with it. You're right, 100%. What you just said is right. Whether you said it or whether Shiloh said it makes no difference. It's 100% correct. It's not the solve. It's not the solve for the Forrest Fenn Thrill of the Chase chest. And that's what I said in the video. That in itself should have made you think, why does he say it like that? Even though I've told you there's more than just the chest, Not for 1 minute did you think, well, why has he said it like that? Why does he say the Forrest Fenn Thrill of the Chase chest? Why does he say it like that? Because it's not. And if we're talking about the chest and we're talking about the grid, it's not. But only because we're talking about the chest. If we're talking about something else, then, that's different. I hope you have some plans, as it is a bit of travel just for a shovel, though the shovel means a great deal. Yeah, me and Dave have discussed that as well. The shovel and the trip. Yeah, like if the Pony Express still existed, it would have had it there, a couple of days. So to make a trip to pick it up, simplify. Hey, Star, how you doing? Exactly, simplify. Word for word, to the letter, blah, blah, blah. Straight, right, just, real, true, nth degree. No, loads of those, really simplify. Some people overcook the bone. That shovel probably buried Jimmy Hoffa. Shovel is of great importance for hints. Shovel meat argon. Tunes. Just dig random holes around Arizona. I think I was talking to Davey about that. The 1995, car in Arizona stuff. 1995 is probably an important, point in the chase with certain timestamps on it. If, Douglas did see the first draft, if there is a discrepancy between Arizona and Denver, if Forrest is supposed to be in the car at the Denver Museum at the end of this, he didn't say that though, did he? What did he say? Me in the car. Me in the middle. Me in the car. Didn't say he was going to be Forrest. See, there was no reason for Forrest to make that statement. I hope no one ever finds out. And I've said this before a few times. You don't set up a hunt that you're going to see if you can make happen the way that it's supposed to be because you don't want no one to find out who you are when you told everybody who you are. You don't put hairs in the chest to absolutely tell people who you are if you don't want people to know who you are. Now, if you have solved the poem correctly, you will know who Forrest Fenn is. The real Forrest Fenn. The one that he'd have to kill you if he told you where the chest was. Or however that was. Telling two different people the same sort of thing, I would have to kill you. Wow, that sounds a bit harsh. If I told you. So I think one was Lorraine Mills and one was another, a female reporter. Shovel me timbers. Less cryptic, Merla, please. Who was sitting in the chair next to it? Thanks. Who was sitting in the chair next to it? Have you just answered your own question? We all know the F was sitting next to it. Someone else too. But haven't you just answered your own question? Who was sitting in the chair next to it? How did you know there was a chair? How did you know no one was sitting in it? No, just FF. Charlie certainly thought the shovel was a steal from me. DNA has. Oh, that was another thing you talked about. The museum with the DB Cooper jumpsuit. I believe the shovel is a steal. Oh, everybody's saying steal. Oh dear, not David Steele. Not, is it Remington Steele? Not Remington Steele. Ben, go and see Remington Steele. Then he can have a shave. He bought the company. I thought you meant someone else, like a longer shovel arc narrative. The real question is, who was FF representing when FF sat in the chair next to the shovel? DB Cooper's shovel? No, I wasn't saying that. But DB is the sound. DB is the sound of the Dolby. Do do do. Go Steelers! Yeah. Right. Why are we playing guessing games? I'm not playing guessing games. Forrest said, guessing leads to a thin wallet. So, don't guess. Steve's happy. Oh, I know you didn't say, Mario. I'm saying it. No, I know you said it. So I don't want to argue with anyone out. I don't want to fall out with anyone. I wasn't in the chase to beat anyone. Certainly not Forrest. This was a learning curve for me. It was never about me. Well, when I first came into the chase, it was obviously because I wanted the treasure. But once I realised what a selfish git I was, and what an honourable person Forrest Fenn must be, because of what I was thinking and what the only answer could be. That was my finding out about me and finding out about Forrest. And once you find out about Forrest, if you believe in a maverick, then it becomes easier. If you trust him, sometimes the wingman doesn't stay on your wing. Sometimes the wingman has to make sure that there's nobody else. So sometimes you have to leave in order to make sure that there's no one else, coming out of the sun or doing anything else. So whilst being a wingman, most people think, well, you have to stay, close all the time. And even if there is a target, then sometimes you have to drop back and see if there's another threat somewhere else. Otherwise, you're no good to no one. You'll be taken out, and so will Forrest. So a good wingman doesn't always stay tight to his lead. Sometimes a good wingman will see off any threats, and that's how it works. Sometimes you have to do the right thing. It's just knowing when to leave and when to stay. It's like guess. Yeah, there is that. But I mean, that's been the chase all the way through, hasn't it, David? It's been, I know something you don't know. I know something you don't know. I know something you don't know. Now, while you can turn that around on me, and you do, whilst you can turn that around, my answer is Forrest said don't tell. I'm not saying I know something you don't know, and I'm trying to be clever, and I say guess it. I'm trying to give the information without telling you, because Forrest said don't tell. And then he said the kind of person that finds a chest can't keep his mouth shut. So he knows I'm going to tell you. He must know I'm going to tell you. But he also must know that I'm not going to tell you, which is what he did. He told us, but he didn't tell us. So I'm not saying to anyone guess. I'm saying, look, do what Forrest did. And then you'll find the answers. Whereas most people say, I know what you don't know. No, you don't. No, you don't. Hey, Queen, how you doing? Did you find Mr. Teach? Hello, Mr. Woody Bog. How are you? It's morning for me, sir. But thank you anyway. Hi, Woody. Yes, that's where Mr. Teach was. No, he's not in there yet. Their times are ticking. The ticker has to start. The ticker, not the heart. Or could it be the heart? Do we need a ticker to start? I'll be in Barbados. When you at Treasure Warriors, Ben, are in Santa Fe. Oh, I said, yeah, you're not asking, you're saying when he's there. Vance is Trump's wingman with sexy blue eyes. He is. He, I think he'd probably do the presidency now, but I think in 4 years' time, he'd make a great candidate. Has all the qualities. I don't want to go into politics. Don't do that, because there are people out there who won't see the simple truth as to the 4 years under Trump and don't want to get into that. Yes, Barbados is nice. Might be important. Oh, are you going to Guadalupe, Queen? Death in Paradise rings a bell. Not Dancing with Wolves, though. That doesn't ring a bell. Or it might do. Depends, where you are in the chase. I'm telling everyone all the answers, but don't worry, no one listens to anyone. But you're not telling anyone, you're telling everyone. You need to tell anyone. I'm telling anyone all the answers, but don't worry, no one listens to anyone. So I've told myself all the answers, and no one listens. Yeah, the hard part is no one listens. I listen. Absolutely, I listen to everybody. And then, I go through the process of, well, what did Forrest say? How does that affect whatever it is they're telling me? And then I go, nah, can't be. And nothing more so than right straight to it. Nothing more so. The last clue, the one that has the chest, no more so than if you don't have begin at where warm water salt, you have nothing, or you won't know you have the correct warm water salt till you have the chest in your hands. It's like when I tell people that and they still have a solve with 9 clues. No, not 9 clues. 9 locations. I have to wonder. I've just told you. He's basically said there was only one spot. So just go to the one spot. It's not difficult. And to go right straight to it, the one spot, then all of those spots must be the same spot. And no one listens. So I understand what you're saying, but I listen to what people say, and I try and work out what Forrest says and put that to their solve, and I'll tell them that it's possibly wrong, and they kick off. Why, it's the best solve. Or even if it's not the best solve, it's the best solve out of all the other solves. It's like you have the best wrong answer. Okay. Yes, Vance 2028 or Vance. Exciting times. Oh, I missed something up there that says September. From May to, I would travel to Santa Fe, but maybe going to keep me grounded throughout September. But don't worry, I've done that. Joke. The island is small. I'm sure I am. I am what I am. And I'm going to Barbados. Treasure Warriors will Ashley be with you on the visitors? I hope so. I hope the whole family goes. 'Tis quite important time. But it's not for me to say. Single barrel silo? Hello, good evening, and welcome to the show. How are you? Is this in part of your soul, Mario? um, mm, uh, Forrest wanted to ring a bell. So, whilst listening is not part of the solve, you're going to have to know how to make a sound. But the whole point was to listen. I think if you listen good in that area of the poem, you have lots of information. 100%. Not for a chest. Not for a chest. To find a chest, read the poem. Little imagination, it's done. Post-it note, it's done. All of that Forrest said, it's done. The word done means it's done. FF is the most intense listener. Absolutely. And that would give him an advantage as to how he could say stuff without others hearing it. That's pretty important. I'm trying to do it, but I'm not doing it very well. Well, I am, I suppose, because people don't understand what I'm saying. But I'm not as good as Forrest to be able to speak to people. And it always, this is no disrespect, but I always wondered if Forrest was really impaired, or whether he was just taking the mickey out of all of us. And I say the same to Dave each time. I think he's taking the mickey out of me, Davey, because when I read this poem, I have to think about what it is, the information that I'm getting, and I question it. And then he says, no, not that. Like, no, not the Magnificent Seven. No, not Cliffhanger. No, not Secret Moon. Like, he basically just says, no. Follow it through, but it's not those. And I'm thinking, but Magnificent Seven fits. It's great. It's great. It's great. It fits beautifully. And he's like, no, it's not that. I didn't walk that way. I walked this way. But Magnificent Seven looks good. But so does Dances with Wolves. And so does Death in Paradise. And the Secret Moon did look good. And so did Children of the Corn. Lots of information in there. Willy Wonka's in there. Indiana Jones is in there. Plenty of movies. And the people. Even Chris Christopherson and was it Pierce Brosnan? Quite a few people in there. Including you people. I don't know about Single Barrel Silo though. I'm not sure if we spelled barrel with two L's or one L. Uh-oh, star. Hi, Moni. Moni. I'm not never sure how that is. Moni. Moni. It's good to have you here. So I'll try to get the story to Charlotte, but he I doubt it happened. Not sure about that, but I doubt it happened. Solver tried to get the story to Charlie, but don't need that one. Hints in the book. XX. Ooh. Help the clues in the poem. Yeah, somebody said that Forrest said they weren't bombs. Now, he did say on the video with Dale that had dropped lots of these little things, but I'm sure he said they were cluster bombs, but I can't remember. Not cluster, maybe. Anyway, those things that sort of where they stop the missile hitting you. That, can't remember it now. See you, Merla. I always like mine well done. I don't know, I missed something there. I always like mine well done. Well done is good. And done is good. And done is good. And DUNN is good. Shiloh doesn't need anyone to get the solve to him. He made it clear that he has all of F's emails and that he knows the solve. There, be told. Which is why I can make the statement, even if, with all the information Shiloh has, even if David did speak to Shiloh, and even if Shiloh did say it, it is an absolutely correct statement. But he does not know my soul. He knows my answer. He knows the who and the where. And in order to get that answer and have it nailed down, he knows the soul. So he knows the answer belongs to the soul. So in effect, he knows my soul, but I never gave out my soul. And he knows the grid is not the soul for the chest. So it doesn't matter whether he spoke to David or not. David is correct. And therefore, Shiloh is correct. That's how it works. You see, I can agree that Shiloh is correct based on the information that I know. Just like the finder can agree Wyoming with Forrest Fenn. Don't have to talk. Forrest doesn't have to tell anyone. The finder doesn't have to tell anyone. But an agreement can be reached. See, if Forrest hid it in Wyoming and the finder found it in Wyoming, thereby there was an agreement it was in Wyoming. The finder couldn't find it in Wyoming if Forrest hadn't put it in Wyoming. Therefore, no agreement. If Forrest had put it in Colorado, there would have to be a real good reason, or Montana or New Mexico, there would have to be a real good reason why you could say, yeah, we'll say it was in Wyoming. Monica. Moni. Thank you for that. I'm sorry that I put your name out. Sorry, I don't know. But yeah, could have done the phonetics thing. But good to have you here anyway. You need something from the drive-through, Mario. Oh, I do I? Ding, 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 ding. That, from here, with my poor eyesight, that looked like San Francisco Bridge. The Golden Gate Bridge, is it called? Can't remember now. There is a Golden Gate and a Silver Gate somewhere. Don't want to put the hoodoo on anything. I am most excellent, thank you. And thank you for having a live show tonight. Hopefully there's some exciting stuff going on in the community. Yes, hopefully. I really came on. There's some, I put some stuff on the title page that I can't remember now. But, well, one was Guadalupe, one was talking about, I don't know, some people, I can't believe that I would not be happy just because somebody was told that their soul was incorrect, or that somebody decided their soul was incorrect. That wouldn't make me happy, but it makes some other people happy. It's crazy. Nobody knows the answer in the community. If they did, they wouldn't be saying half the stuff they do. The solve is simple for the chest. It wasn't about the chest. So therefore, maybe you need to do a difficult but not impossible solve based on the information that Forrest Fenn gave. I don't know how he did it. I really don't. But he did it. Yes, Colorado. Colorado. You know Shiloh knows you know. Oh, they'll be like that, Queen. Shiloh knows the story. All someone has to do is talk about it without talking about it, and Shiloh will know. Not. Not. What was that for? Oh, not. No, not the Golden Gate Bridge. I was just. It's red, isn't it? San Francisco, isn't it? I'm sure it is. Like the streets of San Francisco. And Charmed. Yeah, it's got the logo. No income tax in Wyoming. There is a Guardian, though. Is it a Guardian or a Sentinel? I can't remember what they're called now. I can't remember. Gone out of my head. Thank you. Morning. Rainbow. I can't see that little one. This doesn't grow. Oh, it does. Yeah, it's definitely a bridge. Not a bridge too far, though. All that glitters ain't gold. Whose song was that? All that glitters isn't gold. I got a coin graded by PCGS. They said it would be taxed on the estimated value if I said it was worth $50. Did you say it was worth $50? Does that count, though, with what Forrest Fenn said? If you died with that coin in your pocket, would that be different? Would that make you a victor instead of a failure? The fact that you died with that coin and not $50 in your pocket, I'd say it made you a victor. A bit like a lawnmower in a wood. Yo, is that Yo Mario or to Mario? Yo Mario, do you have any thoughts on why Skippy was still wearing his weight when he was found dead in 80 feet of water? Only the bad ones that talk of the mafia and that. I don't have any thoughts on that. But the statement was that it was obviously deep in 80 foot, so therefore he was not at the bottom. But that is not. No, I don't think about that. No thoughts about that. Why he should have been buried upright, maybe, if that is any nearer. Skippy is so cool. I wonder why you said that, David. Even that, so, like I say, me and David talk, and if you try and find, not even if you try and find, if you just, quick scan, you'll see, information about Skippy, and it's a picture of him with the fish in his mouth. It's not, that's not real information. That can't be. That's not the information you put online. That's information out of the book. That's information you're supposed to find. That don't make any sense. Everything about Skippy is up. See, it's things like that that make me wonder, like, you people know loads. And it's like, if you know this much, I always looked up to him. He was like a god to me. Etc., etc., etc. The king and I. And then there he is, circling Hegburn Lake. Yes, and he couldn't take off. Tarzan in quicksand would be buried upright. Yes. But who would want to go there? That's a place no one would go. Unless you were Forrest and you lost your shoe. And the chest would be wet. Hell yeah, David. Any dude that wants to build a homemade helicopter is pretty cool in my book. Absolutely. And didn't he end up in hospital because of it as well? I mean, shedding blood for his craft. Art. Craft. Circling a spot where warm waters actually halt. And when you can take that two ways. Circling a cloud. The Golden Gate Bridge was my very first solve, as I was such a newbie that I thought when he just said the Rocky Mountains, it could be any mountains that have rocks on them. Well, it could be on Mercury, Mars, no, Mercury. I don't know, look up Rocky Mountains. I think they're, oh no, looking up Rocky Mountain, I can't remember now. Might have just looked up Earth and that said Rocky Mountain. Yep, when I first came into the chase, I didn't realise there was a restriction on where it could be. So, you know, as I said lots of times, AGK was my first point of call. And it was only when I got into the chase that I realised, you know, you've gone from 6 to 4 states. When I got in, it was like I knew it was 4 states. That's all I knew. But then, you know, as I did a bit more, I realised it was 6, and it could have been, you know, anywhere as far as I knew. But then it was the Rocky Mountains. So the information was the 4 states, and then, you know, I heard the Rocky Mountains, and I think I even sent Forrest an email like, you know, Texas is in the Rocky Mountains. Why, you know, why wasn't that mentioned? I said some other stuff as well, obviously, but it's like, well, Texas is in the Rocky Mountain, and there's a 9-mile hole in Texas. And there's, you know, warm waters and a place where, you know, it's like, why couldn't it be here in the Rocky Mountains? But, and there's a, you know, Las Vegas in New Mexico. And it's like, what? Trying to confuse me with all this stuff. Message retracted. Uh-oh. The dipper handle. Yes. Absolutely. Yes, that was a big solve, that was. Fireworks down. It was blown up. Well, I didn't want to put it like that. It wasn't actually blown up. You're emphasising the up. Sorry, I was thinking of what I said. But isn't that how he ended up with his girlfriend? Didn't she look after him when he was in hospital? Yeah, David, wasn't that something like, see page 46? The North Star. Is that Sirius in English? Or what's the other one? See, so everybody has different solves, and there's obviously a planet solve, and got the Pleiades, Orion, Atlas, and then Saturn, Jupiter, Uranus, Neptune, the gods that could have been Forrest Fenn's family. As Neptune, water is Skippy, Jupiter, Forrest, Saturn, father, grandfather, I can't remember. Was Chaos the grandfather? I can't remember. Long time ago. But yeah, you can go anywhere with that poem. What if he was cave diving in a cast? Ooh, what if he was? But didn't they say that was in Vietnam? Like, that's what they said in Vietnam. We call them bluffs. My father didn't know what a bluff was, said Forrest. Indeed. It could be the secret, that place. Indeed. The blown up cartoon of Skippy being blown up. The blown up cartoon of Skippy being blown up in Once Upon a While. I didn't read Once Upon a While. But he's always being up in every single book and story. It's crazy. I'm not sure if Merla's still here, but I think she, unfortunately, she hasn't, she said medically, she's tired. So, yeah, I didn't read Once Upon a While. Didn't read Too Far to Walk. I've read The Thrill of the Chase, and as I said before many times, not necessarily to you people, but to other people, that the hints in the book only help you when you know the answers, which is crazy because the hints in the book are supposed to help you with the clues in the poem. But because they're so vague, because you can take information from the book and it could take you to Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, and New Mexico, the same information could bring you to any of those states. They don't help. But when you know the answer and then you read the book, once you know the answer, you go, oh yeah, look, there's this. But it's difficult. There's no confirmer, is what I'm trying to say. You cannot start the solve for the chest. You can't start it unless you know the answer already, unless you already have the blaze. If you've been wise and found the blaze, look quickly down your quest to cease. So once you find the blaze, you then know you can begin. You can start and finish in the same place because you found the blaze. You know what the blaze is. Therefore, you know what warm water's halt is. So in both clues, two clues. One, you won't know you have the correct warm water's halt till you have the chest. Two, the last clue is the most important because that's when you have the chest. So if you have the chest at the blaze, it obviously must tell you warm water's halt. It must do. It must do. You have the chest, and that's your confirmer that you have warm water's halt. Because until you have the chest in your hands, you don't know what warm water's halt is. But when you're at the last clue, you have the chest, so then you must know what warm water's halt is. So therefore, this 9th clue rule is a better rule, so it goes up. And so does the Homer Brown. Therefore, you have like 9 number 1 clues. They're all talking about the same place. If you can go right straight to the Homer Brown, if you can go right straight to the Homer Brown, that's where the chest is. If you have to be wise and find the blaze, that's where the chest is. If you have to have the correct warm water's halt with the chest in your hands, that's where the chest is. So I would say That's where the chest is. Not me. That's what Forrest is saying. It can't be anything different. There cannot be 9 different locations. It can't happen. Not with the information that you're given. And you're choosing to ignore the information you're given. Solve the first 2 clues, walk right by the chest. It can't be any further away than the second clue. Or the first clue and the last clue is what you need, which is the same place. So you can still walk past the chest after 2 clues, the first clue and the last clue. Both giving you the chest. So, metaphorically speaking, solve the first 2 clues, you're 50% there. It's academic after that. No, you're more than 50% there. So if you're more than 50% there, how much more than 50% are you? I've said these things before. 60%? 70%? 80? 90? 100%? So the first 2 clues, you're 100% there. That's more than 50. Solve the first 2 clues, you're 100% there. Well, it's that simple. Solve the first 2 clues, you're 100% there. I don't see anything difficult about that. I really don't. I really don't. And that makes it simple. Whilst it's difficult, that makes it simple. Not because it is simple, it's because Forrest told you the answer. If you know the Homer Brown, why are you worried about the blaze? Well, isn't that where the chest is? Ah. So if that's where the chest is, and I know the Homer Brown, then the blaze must be at the Homer Brown. If you have the Homer Brown, why are you worried about Warm Waters Holt? Well, if the chest is at Homer Brown, and so is the blaze at the Homer Brown, and if you have the Homer Brown, you don't need to worry about Warm Waters Holt. So therefore, the blaze, the Homer Brown, Warm Waters Holt, it's all the same thing. I don't know how many times I can keep saying this. I really don't. And people not to take it in. And that's why I say, these people that kick off and say, you're giving up or you gave up. So, what? No. No. It doesn't get any easier. I can't believe, NASA dropouts or whoever can't work it out. My clue's correct. I've gone to 9 different locations. Didn't Forrest say if you're walking more than a mile, you're walking too far? I don't care. My clue's 10 miles away, but I don't care. Forrest is a liar. Forrest pulled it. Forrest moved it. Forrest, la, 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 la. Just listen to what he said. No, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know. Uh-oh. Why do you say a lot when I start talking and don't say nothing? The Paint FF mentioned a dead dog bleeding on the boards. He left out a lot of details. The central image in that painting is a man pointing up at the sky. The dog is not on the bridge. Subtle, not vague. Yes, like no subterfuge in plain sight. There can be confirmers. Maybe I don't know dick for all. You're a dog lover when a dog you don't even know, it starts licking your face and you allow it, knowing that dog. Oh, no, that's too much. Tell me what the poem says. I don't want to know. It says, take the chest and go in peace. Tell me what the poem says. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I don't need to know your name. Read me what the poem says. You have to have FF's answer to Will Waters Holt. Not your answer. Without it, you have Jack. Nothing. F said so. Right. So he has to mark it somehow. He said he didn't put an X on it. That doesn't rule out Skippy circling it for us. No, that doesn't. Sorry. That's the reference about Skippy. Dizzy Dean was on the pitcher's mound. If he was plunking, never heard that word, in a water-filled cave, that would be the reason why he still had his weights on. Why take him off when you know you can't swim all the way back out of the hole. So plunking is a form of searching for something in a water-filled cave. I went alone in there. I can keep my treasure where, begin it where. Okay, so simplify. There is the same as where, which is where you begin. And the there is the same there. I went alone in there and from there. If you work it backwards, if you find the blaze and work it backwards to warm water's hole, then you get to the point where he says it's a place people would not normally go. Where's that place? No place for the meek. That's where they would not normally go. I don't see what's difficult about that. You find the blaze and you're looking towards warm waters and you have it nailed down and it's over. But there is a point where it's no place for the meek, which is a place people do not normally go. So, no one's going to stumble on that chest, which is a place people do not normally go. I don't see what's difficult to understand about it. I really don't. I really don't. It's like you're making it so difficult, and I don't think it is. Well, it is difficult. It absolutely is difficult. But when Forrest is telling you the answer and you listen to Forrest, he says, look, I'm telling you, you have to find the blaze, which is heavy loads and water high. The end is ever drawing nigh, blah, blah. There'll be no paddle up your creek, etc., etc., etc. No place for the meek. Putting below the home of brown, not far but too far. And you end up, beginning where warm water's hole, and it's same stuff. But once you realise it's no place for the meek, then where you are is a place that people will not normally go. So you're already there, in that place that people will not normally go. And then you have to make a decision. Do you? I looked up every skippy. Every word. I looked up every word, F. My war for me. Yeah, and that turned out to be a whole load of empty. A bit like the souls. Go through all that. All of that. Everything that these, everyone that's in the chase that have gone through their soul and took years or months or whatever it is that he did, turned out to be a whole load of empty. No badges for that. Badges? I see no stinking badges. What was that? Fistful of dollars. Fistful of dollars. Statement was the poem is straightforward. There is no subterfuge inside. Yes. Well, you have to listen good. Well, it also says there is subterfuge. You just don't see it. I don't see what's wrong with that. Skippy goes alone into Idaho to get the plane that he used to circle the lake. As I have gone alone in there, hear it. Maybe it said, and Skippy goes alone when he is still a teenager. When F mentions Captain Kidd, he's mentioned a Kidd captain. Both William Skippy Fenn and William Kidd have the same first name. But that would mean he went into no man's land. Guessing at the end of the day, the poem will provide proof of what F said and done. Child flying a plane is a Kidd captain. He's also a goat. A goat captain, the greatest of all time. People normally wouldn't cross a river. Hi, Kiwi. What? What? People would. They're called fishermen. They do it all the time. They don't care. Of course they would cross a river. They're called fishermen, and they fish in rivers, and they cross them because they fish in them. So people would. You're trying to define people as in treasure hunters. But in the overall scheme of things, people cross rivers. Even people measuring rivers. Even people cleaning rivers. Even people, I don't know, whatever else they do to rivers. A place people would not normally go. That means anyone. Which includes the no stumbling, because nobody goes there. No one. There is no reason to go there. unless you know there's a chest full of gold and diamonds and emeralds and rubies, then you would go there. Other than that, it's no place for the meek. A river is not no place for the meek. Absolutely not. A raging river, maybe, but a river is not no place for the meek. Sorry, I can't have it. Not because I can't have it, but I'm listening to what Forrest Fenn says, and he says people would not normally go there. And I'm thinking, well, people would go there. They would go to a river, absolutely, and they would cross it, absolutely, including two people who would go to the Long Island in the Madison River, the Long Flat Island in the Madison River. They would search for it and go through it, and then go to Totem Cafe. Who were those two people? I think if you read the poem, you'll know who those two people were. Guessing. At the end of the day, the poem will provide proof of what I've said and done. Yeah, the information in the chase is in the poem. Either Forrest wrote the poem, got the information out, or wrote the information into the poem. I'm not talking about the chest. I'm not talking about the chest. The chest is totally different. The chest is a simple read the poem with a little imagination, job done, solve on a post-it note for the chest. But this wasn't about just the chest. This was something more significant, more mind-blowing, more amazing, more epic. I don't need no stinking badges. He didn't say that. He said, I see no stinking badges. Unless there was a good reason. Unless there was a good reason. Well, I'm here to help now. You're doing a mighty fine job. Some people would say, oh, you just stick it up, but you're doing a good job with that. Don't need no stinking badges. So even if you have an answer, now you have to show it using the poem, a rivulet, or a review not let. Number of times Billy the Kid is mentioned across all three memoirs. More than 6. Oh, that's a 6-pack if ever heard one. If William is his father, Skippy is Billy the Kid. William the Kid. Let's hope it's not Bill Morgan. Why would it be Bill Morgan? Or Gorman? Bill Gorman. Bill Morgan? Bill Gorman. Oh, I don't know. Skippy is Billy the Kid. And that's why I talked about Pat Garrett and Billy the Kid in my first few videos. Or, well, the early videos. About Pat Garrett supposedly has killed Billy the Kid and buried in Fort Sumner, wherever it is. And all the other information in the poem with, Donald Chester Stiff. So why would you talk about this person? What? And then all the other, the Pierre brothers, something like that. The French people that went to the Big Horn Mountains, that's written in the poem. Was that before the Spanish? I think it was before the Spanish. So they navigated their way to there. The Hand and Cart Company from Utah, or going to Utah, caught in the snow at Fort with a Nook. I'll tell you that. I don't know. There's just so much in there. It was supposed to be. That's why. That's why. Yes, spelunking. Thank you for that, single barrel silo. It was supposed to be spelunking. Chase is awesome. Ask yourself, what if this is the lead up to other hunts? Yes. If you cannot read the poem, you are screwed. Or listen to what we are saying, and it may help you in later hunts. It doesn't matter if we're right or wrong, which is what I've said all along. It really doesn't. If you can't be prepared to listen because you want to be correct, I listen to everyone. Absolutely do. I listen to everyone. Because any part of some is better than no part of any. That's what Forrest said. So, I've talked about religion. and I've talked about politics, and I make up my own mind about both because no one was there. No, no one was there. When it started, the original information that people are giving out, no one was there. Even the Declaration of Independence, no one was there. No one was there. You have information that was written by a man. In religion, information that was written by a man. And you go by that information. And you either believe that information or you don't. That's it. Now, our information was written by Forrest Fenn, written by a man. And people say, he's not God. Well, okay, he's not God. But he's the creator. He is the creator. And to all intents and purposes, the creator who created everything with regard to the thrill of the chase must know what he's talking about. And if you're not listening to the creator, the person that did this, how are you going to get anything right? And if you don't believe the creator, the man that wrote all this, how are you going to get anything correct? So, my suggestion is you have 100% faith in the creator. Because if you don't, you're not going to get the correct answers. It's impossible. He wrote the information. He said the information. He showed you the information that you need to solve his thrill of the chase. You just have to listen. I looked up all the words, especially the nouns. Absolutely, Queen. How people don't even, I don't know. There are no words. There are none. I don't know how many times I fell about, laughing my ass off. That what's so difficult to understand about that? I looked up all the words in that poem, especially the nouns, and nobody looks them up. That's just crazy. Not they just don't look them up. Like 10 years, Forrest told them, and I've been telling them for the last 4 years, and nobody looks them up. Nobody cares. It's crazy. Thanks for that, Queen, though. But it's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Asian on the West Coast. People would not normally go. Sacred religious sites, war zones, minefields, boiling springs, crevices in the earth, piranha-infested water, snake den, bear den. There you go. So if you're looking in those four search states, if you're looking in those four those words, if you're looking in those four search states, then how many snake dens are there? How many piranha-infested waters are there? How many mines are there? As in, mines that blow up, not gold mines. There are some gold mines there, but not that. How many of all those things that have just been suggested by just the guy, how many of those places could you possibly imagine there would be a chest? And you're not allowed to go in a bear den because he tried to steer. No, he said he tried to steer to the bears. So maybe he was telling you, go to a bear den. How many war zones are there? How many religious sites are there? Although, I don't know about religious sites. People do go to religious sites. Maybe Canada. Nobody goes there. Not here or along our rivers in terms of names and history. I'm in the former French territory. Pretty sure the Brits were all East Coast. Yeah, they got kicked out, so they didn't go very far. Hey! Boom, boom. Hi, Richard. How are you? You back from Michigan? Where the Green Lake is, but not the Green Lake, just the lake that turned green because of the algae. Halo. When you walk through a storm. No, when you stop guessing and do what I've said to do, all will be clear. Yeah. Has anyone ever told you, don't go there? It means don't. Yes. Yes. People would not normally go there. They would not say. Well, I never said. Hey, Rich, it's good to see you. I'm glad you're home safe as well. Waves everywhere. Frank, I haven't seen Frank. Mr. Shy Guy. Shy Guy. Did he look them up or look them down? In TTS, he says he wouldn't use a word if he had to look it up. So later he pushes looking up. Yes, he didn't use it if he had to look it up. What if he wrote it down? What if he read it down? Day on the road, my friend. Davy's on the road again. Sometimes I use a UK dictionary. Woo. Hey, it's Bill Gorman. Canada has Nazis at the border. Oh dear. Be safe on the road. TTOTC is the dictionary. Simple, elegant. It was a beautiful day. Canada took my parrot for 6 weeks and charged me with parrot trafficking. At least it wasn't parrot talking. Canada took my parrot for 6 weeks. You got it back though, didn't you? Hey, Nikki. How you doing? Not much. We'll talk about Guadalupe. The fact that people, made silly comments that I gave up. That was sorry for that, by the way. It was so it went like this. I'll explain it. If you listen to the video, you'll hear that I'm not saying I'm giving up or that I'm in any way implying that my soul was incorrect or that Shiloh said what he said. The statement was, if Shiloh had said it to David Paisano, then if that was the case, I would have to agree with the statement that was made, even if Shiloh had said it, and even if he hadn't said it, and it was just David Paisano saying it, I would have to agree. That statement made that solve, the grid solve, is not the solve for the chest. It's a true statement. I agree. But it's nothing I haven't been saying for the last 4 years. And I was basically saying, not you, but you people said it was my solve. I said, you don't know my solve. You don't know it. So how can you say it's wrong? And that means how can Shiloh say it's wrong? Because I never even told Forrest what my solve was. I gave him a who and a where, or what and a where, who and a where. I didn't say, this is how I got the where, this is how I got a who. I didn't say that. So therefore, it would be impossible for Shiloh to say to David Paisano that my solve is incorrect and mine and David B's solve is incorrect. Because if I didn't tell Forrest, he couldn't have told Shiloh. Therefore, Shiloh couldn't have told David. But even if Shiloh worked out, even if, not because he has, even if that was the case, it's a true statement. It's everything that I've been saying for the last 4 years. The grid solve is just information. It is not the solve for the Forrest Fenn through the chase chest, which, if you listen to the video, is what I said. I didn't say it wasn't the solve. I said it wasn't a solve for the Forrest Fenn through the chase chest. That doesn't mean to say it might not have information about another hunt or something, but it is not the Forrest Fenn through the chase chest solution. I have to admit that. I can't deny that. That statement is correct. Whoever said it. If Forrest said it, I'd agree. If Shiloh says it, I'd agree. If David Paisano said it, I'd agree. If anybody in chat said it, I would agree. It is nothing different than I've been saying for the last 4 years. I've said, read the poem with a little imagination. That's the solve for the chest. So my coming out, publicly admitting they're correct. It's not. The grid is not the solve for the chest. I've been saying that anyway. And people saying, oh, you're giving up. Oh, blah, blah, blah. No. And if you've heard anything that I've said in regard to having faith in a maverick and believing in Forrest Fenn and everything that he said and everything that he's done and how he's done an amazing thing and how epic it's going to be, etc., 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 why on earth would you think that I gave up? Especially as we're nearer the end than we were at the beginning. But it just shows that they don't listen. All I said was, the grid is not the soul for the chest, which is what I've always said. The grid is for your information. The grid is to help you understand the thrill of the chase. The poem is the narrative. And to understand the narrative, you read the poem through the information in it using the grid. So, that was weird. But there is, what else have I talked about? Mr. Teach. I can't remember what I wrote on there. But you didn't miss much. You never miss much when I'm on. Togo refused to talk to them. I don't blame them. They speak French up there. And just like the chase bill, you have to follow the rules. Yes, you have to follow the rules. According to Hoyle, you have to follow the rules. Warm waters halted when I spit it out after taking a drink I thought would be cold. Oh, right. Well, even that, warm waters is a lie. Speak with forked tongues sort of stuff. So, that could be part of the solve. And is it Frank Warmwaters with the two daughters at the rendezvous? That's another solve. I think it's a book or a film or something. Can't remember what rabbit hole I went with there, but there was one of those. They put in the Toronto Sun that Togo was a flight. What is your solve, Mario, or thoughts of a solve? Kiwi, I've been telling you for the last 4 years. You read the poem with a little imagination. That's a solve. That's it. What is Fenn's? I know what BIP is, but I don't know what a BEP is. Hi, Joe John. How you doing? I know what a BIP is. BIP. It's a interesting book. I know what BIP is. I don't know what BEP is. Sorry. I must have missed that one. I'll look now, though. Now that you said it, Joe John, I'll look now. But BIP is something to understand. I don't know if BEP is, but BIP definitely. Yeah, I wasn't trying to upset the people that are in this for real. I was just trying to point out to people they don't listen, and agreeing with somebody that said something that was just absolute baloney, because he then went on to say, you have to give up your solves to get the answers from me and my solve. It's like, you've just said that Forrest Shiloh has said he's going to speak to people talking about solves, saying that he's condemned the solve that I have, that is not the solve that I have. And he didn't say to you, well, yours is right or yours is wrong. Don't be stupid. Who's going to believe that? That's pathetic. It really is. If you spoke to Shiloh and he's talking about solves that were incorrect or correct, he either told you your solve was correct or he told you your solve was wrong, while telling you about somebody else's solve that had nothing to do with you, which, if he told you is what I said, which, I didn't believe, but the statement you made was correct, David. And that's what I was saying. It's like, you're talking all this bull, you're digging a hole for yourself, right? Talking about all this stuff, and none of it collaborates, one thing to another. And you expect people to believe it. So I made my video. And like you said, use the vlogs for entertainment. It's like, well, what am I doing? I'm responding to the entertainment that you had by giving you more entertainment. I don't know. It begs belief that anyone would even contemplate that I was giving up, or that, me and Dave have this conversation all the time. Nobody can make it so far in life by being that stupid. It's like, all I've said is, you said the grid isn't the solve, and I agree with you. The grid isn't the solve. And I've told you that for the last 4 years, because I've told you the grid is about the words. Forrest could not hide that chest anywhere other than in the words in that poem. That's the only place he could hide it. And he's not telling you where the chest is. He's hiding the fact of where the chest is, and you have to find that chest, preferably, if you've any sense, by using the blaze, if you've been wise. Because once you find the blaze, and you have been wise, you know warm waters hold. Absolutely no warm waters. So that's all I was saying. Why are you saying that the grid is a solve? I've never said I was a solver. Never said I was a finder. Never told you what my solve was. And then you come up with stupid information like that, and I just think that's crazy. Absolutely crazy. But, that's the chase. What if a solver knows things others do not? Whilst you ask what the solver is, you don't know there may be things that stop it being said, just like page 133. Yeah, you can't. So, I said before, we could tell you where the chest was. We could tell you that. Do you think that's it? Do you really think that's it? Of course it's not. The chest is irrelevant. The narrative is not irrelevant. The narrative of Jack is not irrelevant. Try to understand it, try to read the poem, try to work out where we are within the thrill of the chase. But the chest itself is done and dusted and gone and finished and over with. Forrest is making it happen. So why is it that I must go when the chest has been found? After the chest has been found, so why is it that I must go? Not so why is it I went and left my trove for all to seek. That is simple English. That is, I don't know how people got through 30, 40, 50, 60 years, 70 years of life without understanding why did I go and leave my trove for all to seek, as opposed to why is it I must go and leave my trove for all to seek. The chest has been found. Now he's going in whatever way you want to understand that. But it's not, I went and I left the chest there. He's not saying that at all. Then he goes on to say, Forrest, if you are brave, if you are, not if you were brave and in the wood, I give you title to the gold. If you are brave and in the wood, you still have to be brave and in the wood. So if you took the chest and went in peace, why the heck do you need to be brave and in the wood? To get title of a chest you went, here it is. Do you want to buy this? Yeah, there you go. Thanks for the money. Off you go. Oh, Forrest, I didn't get title. Hang on a minute. Let me go and get title as well. I don't get it. Absolutely don't get it. And people say, yeah, I found it. I solved the problem. What? You took the chest, went in peace, sold it, got everything you wanted for it, and then think, oh, hang on a minute. He said he'd give me the title. What's that about? If I am brave and in the wood. Oh, I need to do something else. Better get the chest back. No. No. Now, to me, it seems very straightforward. Absolutely simple. Why is it that I must go? That should have been in the first stanza. If he's talking about hiding that chest, it should have been in the first stanza. So why is it that I must go and leave my trove for all to seek? The answers I already know. I've done it tired and now I'm weak. So hear me all and listen good. Your effort will be worth the cold. If you are brave and in the wood, I'll give you title to the gold. Then talk about hiding a chest. Then talk about it. Not find the chest, then talk about hiding something. What? That's crazy. It should have been the first two stanzas, as I did a video when I first started doing these videos. You need to know what it is he's talking about. As you did. As I have gone alone in there and with my treasures bold, I can keep my secret where? And hint of riches, new and old. So those two last stanzas should have been at the top. Why is it that I must go alone in there and leave my trove for all to seek? You should have got that information first if he was talking about the chest then. I don't get it. It's not difficult. I don't get it. What does a jolly green giant wear? Excuse me. That came up as well, the jolly green giant. I'm missing stuff. Bill, stop being... Oh, is he being naughty again? David B. Didn't even know what comprehension means. That explains why he's no comprehend. Not comprende. Not comprende. Bill, stop being a dickard. Charlotte told me I had the dumbest solve in the chase. Yeah, I think we've all been there. I don't. Well, just like not everybody could have the correct solve. Probably not everybody could have the dumbest solve, but I've done some dumb solves. I can tell you that now. Most people not go into an area with signs saying danger, falling rocks. Yeah, but some would. People normally go there, especially those people who have to tidy it up. But you're right, most people would not normally go there, but they would. No, the ones before were good. Mine, unexploded mines. No, I don't think anybody will go there. Well, even then, they might go to clear up the mines, but mm, but people don't need anything like just a barrier. They don't need a sign. Just about like you go into a gallery and there's a rope, just a rope that you could just go and walk across. But you don't. You don't go there. Nobody goes there unless you're a thief. When everybody's gone and you're going to steal it. But normally, you see this little rope, this little red rope, and you go, "Oh, I can't go there." Or you're in a park and there's paths. There might be a sign that says "Keep off the grass," and you don't normally go there. Someone might, you know, if they're antagonistic to freedom, but normally you wouldn't go just because something is there. A little piece of rope that says, "Don't you dare pass this. Don't dare pass this rope." So you don't. It's built into us. That's a rhetorical question. Forrest already knows why. Cement. It's written in cement or concrete. That's what I meant. Cement. Cement. According to Stoof, the blaze fell down with all the blowdowns. Why don't blind people skydive? Because it scares the F out of the guide dog. Oh dear. That wasn't the dog on the bridge, was it? Bip Sweater is a sideways Lincoln Highway sign with a D instead of an L. Well, yes, you said that before, but yeah, Bip is important to this, I think. Not to the chest. Not to the chest. I know a round rolling rock that is like a giant 3-meter roll of toilet paper. A rolling stone gathers no moss. He talked about that as well, didn't Forrest? Forrest talked about moss. What was it that... I can't remember what Sasha said now. Moss and something to do with... Is it a weeping willow type tree? Can't remember. Stuff that I used to have in my memory 4, 5, 6 years ago, whatever it was. Some of the things that were said, it was like, wow. Ooh. Like the things that stick in your mind, Kareem. What does that mean? Or salient, or not tenacity, that's too obvious. Easy. But, somebody was talking about Jackie Kennedy being easy. I'm like, what? You're silly. You know that's not true. Just look up the word. It's crazy. My sister will go anywhere she shouldn't. I'm a chicken. I didn't think you were a chicken. I thought you were a human being. My sister will go anywhere she shouldn't. Anywhere? She might have found it then. Just a Mavericks aren't most people. Just a Mavericks. What? Just a Mavericks aren't most people. No, absolutely not. Who wants it all? Name the cash price for your soul. My soul is already grounded. That being said, the spellings don't scare me. Mavericks are Fords, a car reference. Are they car players? Pilot, I think. There are lots of things. Look at the word. Oh no. I don't like when people come with big words. Oh, that's supposed to be antagonistic or antagonistic. To your knowledge yet freedom. Cream. Woohoo. The old one. The old one. Not sure I understand what that is. The old one. I know OL, like OL. Looked into that. Sometimes secrets are worth more. We will not betray his trust. Absolutely not. He said he drove a Ford Granada. Ooh, Granada. That's the area I used to live. To hide the treasure, a Granada is a grenade or a bomb. No, Dorothy Massey lit the fuse. He told us. Why did Dorothy Massey light the fuse? I wonder. Big words suck. You could have used a big word to say that, couldn't you? What's a big word for suck? Big, or like grandiose words suck. Big. Who would be driving an antique Ford Granada in 2010? The car is the bomb. I always knew it was a bomb. Dorothy Massey lit the fuse. I always thought it was a bomb. Dorothy Massey lit the fuse. So even if it was the car, then Dorothy Massey did it. Dorothy Massey did it. Yes, thumbs up, Davy B. Davy would never keep. What? Oh, it moves up to another one. I was like, Davy would never keep off. There are quite interesting history. Davy would never keep off the grass. I don't think Ben would either. I did. I kept off the grass. I didn't go there. There are a couple Dorothys. One has a quite interesting story. History. Quite interesting history. It's a history. Oh, it's a history. There are a couple of Dorothys. To set one free, the person to have or shut up is not possible, with many being set free from secrets of their past, willing to do so now that they're gone and not accountable for the history said. Yeah, that is and yet did not Forrest Fenn say, don't say good things about me when I'm gone. Tell me while I'm here. Tell me while I'm live. Say it to my face. So of all the good things that Forrest Fenn has done, we thank Forrest Fenn for. You're supposed to say it to him while he was here with us, not when he's gone. But the worst part of it, you're not saying good things about Forrest Fenn, which is why I'm doing these videos. You are supposed to be saying nice things about Forrest Fenn. Forrest didn't do the thrill of the chase, so you said nice things about him. He did the thrill of the chase because he is nice. And any other word that you want to put in there. But those words aren't fraud. He did say he was the best schmoozer. Schmoozer. Doesn't make him a fraud. Doesn't make him a liar. Doesn't make him a thief. See, if you want to say anything about Forrest, say something nice. The fact that you don't understand what he said does not make him the bad person. It just makes you deaf. as in the video that I did about the grid not being the solve for the Forrest Fenn Thrill of the Chase chest. It isn't. It has nothing to do with giving up. That has nothing to do with anything other than admitting to someone playing, I don't know, shenanigans or, mischievous or whatever word you want to call it. It has nothing to do with anything other than I admitted what I've been saying for 4 years. Because someone was playing games and said the best way to get answers is for everybody to give up their solve and make my solve the only one left. After saying he'd just been to see Shiloh, and Shiloh said that solve was wrong, incorrect. Which is why I said, Shiloh, your cards are marked. You told another searcher about a solve that was incorrect. But I have to agree, you're right. The grid search is not the solve for the Forrest Fenn Thrill of the Chase chest. I have to agree with that. And his cards are marked because 4 cards and a joker. They have to be marked. How else can you play? You see, even if, please listen, flipping heck. Even if Shiloh did say it, it's the right, correct thing to say. Even if Shiloh did say it, there is no negativity in the statement that is made. Even if. Not believed. When I did the video, I said, even if he did. And we have to believe David Paisano. Why would he lie? Listen to the video. Even if Shiloh said it, and even if he didn't, it's the same video. You would still get the same video because it's the same video as all of the hundreds of videos I've done before. It's correct. The grid is not the solve for the Forrest Fenn Thrill of the Chase chest. That solve, like I've been saying for a long time, is read the poem, which is what Forrest said. Read me what the poem says, and it's game over. Don't tell me you found a chest. Basically, tell me where you found a chest. Because if you tell me where you found it, I'll listen. I know you found it. If you tell me where you found it, I know you found it. But it wasn't with the grid, although you can find it with the grid. But just read the poem. You see, you could find the poem online. You don't need to buy the book. Find the poem online. Read it with a little imagination. Solve. No money spent. No risk. Quite simple, really. Fit on a post-it note. Don't go where a 79 or 80-year-old man won't go. Read me what the poem says, and it's game over. Tell me where it is, and I'll get it for you. Read me what the poem says. Tell me where I can keep my secret. Where? Where? Did I not do a video that asked, how many questions are there in the poem? I know there is one, but for that one question, there's probably 10 questions in that one question. But are there other questions in the poem, such as, I can keep my secret where? Where can I keep my secret? The who and the where is up to the finder. Where can I keep it? Tell me where. Tell me where. Tell me you found a chest. Don't tell me you found a chest. Do not tell me you found a chest. Tell me where you found a chest. The who and the where is up to the finder. Tell me where you found a chest. Did you find a chest? No, of course you didn't. Did you have the correct waters hole? No, of course you didn't. You had 9 locations. You couldn't have done. You won't find it where you're looking. It won't be buried where you find it. Too much information and people just like ignore it. Hi, Redneck, how you doing? Not necessarily in that order. What did David Paisano say? I missed it. Haven't been paying attention to Fenn stuff at all lately. I'm exulting, not smoking. Redneck, he basically said that he spoke to Shiloh about the museum, blah, blah. And Shiloh said that the grid search that me and Davey do is not the right solve, which is a factual statement. It's not. But David Paisano was implying that the grid search that we do was our solve for the chest, and it's not. And I've been saying that for the last 4 years. And I made a video saying that they're correct. That if indeed Shiloh said to David that the grid solve is not the correct solve, publicly, I'll admit to everybody, the grid, it's not the solve for the chest. So I did. I admitted publicly it wasn't. But I've been admitting publicly that it wasn't the solve for ages. Years. So I did nothing different than I normally do. And people are like, oh, you're giving up. No. I'm just admitting in a different way, because you can't hear what I'm saying. I'm admitting in a different way that the grid is not the solve for the Forrest Fenn through the chase chest. That's what I said in the video, which is a correct statement. Whether Shiloh said it or whether it was just David Paisano making it up, didn't make no difference. Absolutely makes no difference. Absolutely make no difference. It's the right thing to say. And even if Forrest Fenn had said it, it would have, correct. He's telling everybody the grid is not the solve for the Forrest Fenn thrill of the chase chest. It may be a solve for something, but it's not a solve for that. So I admitted they were correct. Well, he was correct. And if Shiloh had said it, he too also would have been correct. He's never gone until his name is not said. And his name will always be said. And is there another name that needs to be said? No one will ever be 79 or 80 with the change of time, with leaps of years. Savings never to return. Ooh. Forrest was smart. He would say something and put it out there and wait to see what kind of stuff. Yeah, I did something like that. I'm not as smart as Forrest. And I've got to be honest. My dad said, if you tell lies, you find out the truth. Well, what I was saying wasn't a lie, but it was given to people as it was, and they accepted it as I thought they might. But I was aiming, like Forrest wanted to catch that fish. Some of the fish that I caught were not the fish that I was trying to get. So I apologize for that. It wasn't aimed at, genuine people. It was aimed for these people who keep saying, oh, I've got the solve, I'm the solver, I'm the finder, I'm this, I'm that. And it was just to draw them out to, But it didn't go the way that I wanted it to, but, I found some interesting things. Move the letter of middle, then follow four truths. You only left with a mole. I can keep my secret where? Two can keep a secret if one of them is dead. Joe, just the guy, you say all the right things. Is the secret where he hid the chest, or is there another secret? Well, there's definitely another. Is the secret where he hid the chest? Or is there another? Yeah, there's definitely another secret. I don't want to get that wrong. But the thing is, two can keep a secret if one is dead. He didn't say that anyone was dead. He just said two could keep the secret if one of them was dead. So, to all intents and purposes, the two of them could have been alive. And it could be the same person. only different person. Like you use a pen name, a writer would have the real name and then a pen name. That's two people. There's the person that, is a shy guy from back east and the person who wrote the book. And one name you know as the person who wrote the book and another name you don't know, who's a shy guy from back east. Something like that. So I'm not saying that's how it is. I'm saying if you don't at least think what if, you ain't going to get any answers. But two can keep a secret if one of them is dead. They both could have been alive. He's just saying, well, in the future, one of them might be dead. And then only one of those people can keep a secret. But yeah, it could have been a question. I can keep my secret where? Without a question mark. They have a light beam that can read your thoughts without you knowing. Who's they? The treasure may not be the same as the secret. Well, the treasure may be. Treasure may be. I can't think of the word that I can put in there without giving it away. So, but it may be gold. Yeah, it may be gold too. Maybe. So, to all intents and purposes, it could be gold too. That is the trove that you're seeking. And that would depend what gold was, or what riches were, or what trove is, or what treasures are. And when I say, do you see how that works? That's based on what Forrest Fenn says, not me. I'm trying to say, look, you need to understand what's being said here. Do you see how that works? Because Forrest is going to make it work. Can I still make it work? So if you see how that works, you should be, a little bit of the way to knowing how it works. Ask a Fruit Loop, just a guy. Hey, Bill, a lot of good that does when we are always wrong. Well, and that's the title, not the title of the song, but, David Paisano. Nobody's right if everybody's wrong. It's a song. Man with a gun. I might be the man with a gun. Depends if you read the poem or not. There's a man with a gun over there telling me I've got to beware. Could say Mario. You have one Mario Martirano with a gun. You have won 2 chests. Or you win 2 chests. There was only 1 chest though, wasn't there? Or Mario, you are FF. No, that's not right. That poem's weird. They have a Doppler radar microwave that can scan your brain from a distance. Is that how he does it? Is that how he knows? If anyone was smart and did know anything, then a person would keep a wish to make all to acknowledge. If it was easy, all would be in line for the answer to labours. Yes. So listen, in a nutshell, I could be wrong. Absolutely, totally, really wrong. I really don't believe I am. But what does it hurt anybody to try and listen to the information that I've given out? If it does come useful in the future, even if it's no good for now, if it becomes useful in the future, you'll be glad you listened. But the worst kind of regret is not listening. To have that knowledge and not listening. A bit like Custer. To not listen to the information you're given. Those sort of things. You don't want to be on the beach of Normandy at the wrong time through someone being unable to hear what's being said. The worst kind of regret is not listening. It really is not listening. See, sometimes even a fool has something worthwhile to say. You just have to be there to hear it. And that's how it goes. It was a revolver single barrel silo. Worst custom show on TV, they will show you where people hide treasures. If the chest had not been found, did the secret die with Forrest? If the chest had not been found, if the chest had not. Oh, that's a weird one. If the chest had not been found, did the secret die with Forrest? That's a double-barreled. So if Forrest is not the two can keep a secret, then even if Forrest is dead, the other person still has the secret. Who is the real Forrest Fenn? I hope nobody ever finds out. So if, it's hard to say it, but if Forrest Fenn and this other person that was Forrest Fenn had the same secret, then Forrest Fenn dying does not stop the other person having the secret. But if there isn't a real Forrest Fenn and Forrest Fenn dying, then the secret's gone with Forrest Fenn. And that's the question. Is the real Forrest Fenn the other person who can keep a secret? And the statement is now true. Two can keep a secret if one of them is dead. Because now the real Forrest Fenn is still out, and our Forrest Fenn has passed away. So I don't know how to answer that, just a guy. Even though I just answered it. I don't know. I don't know. I do know, but I don't know. I don't know like how to read the question. A bit like when Forrest was asked about the hide. I couldn't answer it because obviously what the hide is. Street's treasure is buried in his brain. At least you're admitting he has a brain, Bill. So, you are starting to appreciate him more, which is a good thing. Some, please correct me. Did Jack say he went later and retrieved the frog that was not in the chest, and he said he retrieved with permission? Oh, I don't know. But it is possible to retrieve the frog from where the poem says the frog is. If that helps, therefore Jack could get it with permission. I knew his secret. That's why he asked if I was threatening him when I told him. 3 can keep a secret if 2 of them are dead. Only one with his secret is a threat, because one has to go. It's a good thing we all think different. Yes, it is. And it's a good thing you don't understand what I'm saying. Or you may understand what I'm saying, but I'm talking to the most people. Okay, Bill, or any. What has the gold item that Jack said was not in the treasure that he commits to ask for? What item was it? Okay, Bill, or anyone. What was the gold item that Jack said was not in the treasure chest? Not in the treasure. Not the treasure chest. Not in the treasure that. See, I don't understand that bit. That he commits to. To commit is a different sort of word. To ask for. What's the gold item that Jack said was not in the treasure chest? I'm not sure what that is saying. Grasshopper, you must listen to the point of understanding the message being conveyed. Failure to logically analyze the facts being conveyed to the solution. But again, The answer is the answer, and it doesn't change now. The solution has been done. Apart from the TikTok, Stoof.com movie, all the answers are given. The chase ended in 2020. And then, Forrest, why must he go? And that was to take his last flight to a place where even memory has not been. That's it. Now, when that happens, Forrest makes it happen the way that it was supposed to be. Forrest could not end the chase. If he is someone else, then that someone else has to end the chase. Not Forrest. Therefore, he can't. The real person who was Forrest Fenn wanted to be found out. He wanted the world to know who he really was. I have proof. And I agree with that statement. I don't know about whether you have proof or not, but I agree with the statement that Forrest Fenn wants people to know, because he said more than an asterisk in a book that was never written, etc., etc. You know, if I can't take it with me, then I'm not going. Forrest did this for everyone. But, you know, I wish I could have lived to do the things I was attributed to. But if Forrest Fenn was a real person, Forrest Fenn existed, the gallery exists, etc., etc., etc. If Forrest Fenn was a real person, then you have to find the other person, not Forrest Fenn. You have to find the real Forrest Fenn. I hope nobody ever finds out. So there is a Forrest Fenn and there is a real Forrest Fenn. However you want to look at that. But if Forrest Fenn really exists, if he was really in the army, if he really Air Force, if he was really Forrest, if he was really in the Air Force, if he really had the Matucci Gallery, etc., 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 then that person existed. So you're not trying to find that person. Well, you should be trying to find that person. The deaf, dumb, and blind kid sure plays a mean pinball. Do, 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 do. Hey, Sandy, how you doing? The frog he fetched for Cynthia. Nicky says the frog as well. And, you know, you can find the frog. Well, you should be able to find the frog in the poem. And then know where, just like the ring, you can find the ring if you read the poem. And, you know, people don't believe it, but if Forrest wrote in the poem where the answer was, and you told Forrest that answer, that's it. That's it. That's it. You were supposed to solve the 9 clues precisely. That's it. That is it. Do that, and the who and the where is up to the finder. So, where was it? Why are you trying to tell me you found a chest and you solved 9 clues and you went from here, 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 here? And Forrest says if you're walking more than a mile, you walk too far. And you're walking 3 miles, 6 miles, 10 miles, 20 miles, I don't know. Some people are doing 50, 60 miles. It's like, what? Okay, finally. Well, the right front corner has the frog ass up with its flippers not identical to the one F offers. So the one in the book, if you look at the one in the book, you'll see, and that was in a certain shape. Jack asked for what's already in his picture of finding. Woody said, no, I'm not going to tell you that. I don't know what it was though. Frog points at Clifford the red dog. There you go. Your singing voice is amazing. No, I can't sing to save my life or anyone else's. I wish I could. Although I was doing some very loud Elvis today. I was actually going to pin those videos to this. So one of them, if you get the chance to listen to it, and those, you know, negative people, I think you should. One of them is change of habit. And the other one is have a happy. So please please listen to those songs and try to take in what Elvis is saying in those songs. I think it's pretty important for everyone in the whole world to hear and just get along, because it's crazy what people say and do. But thanks for that, Steve. Jack could not wait to quote FF, and does so 4 times in the Remembrance article. I could sit here and dissolve everything, yet you all have nothing and stand strong of. I wish you wouldn't say things like that, because I don't like, I understand some of it, and then you say that. You all have nothing and stand strong of. Don't know. I can understand that I have nothing. And I can believe that I have nothing, because we have Jack. But, and stand strong of, I don't know. Richard might know, he's laughing. He might know. Hearsay, Bill, hearsay. Not allowed in a court. But even that, like people, canopy of trees. Again, takes me back to Barbados, but even that canopy of stars, it's like, come on. Come on. You're trying to build your soul around a statement that was released after the chest was found. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Yes, I found it under a canopy of stars. And what does that mean? Oh, it means under this and under that. Some people say, yeah, it was trees. Some people say it was, the heavens. It's crazy. Crazy, crazy. I just say it was found reporting to Major Forrest at Fenn. Somebody told him the answer. Maybe the who and the where. Nothing to prove to yourself, anything to be real. I'm sure you used to be Yoda in a different life, because I don't know. Jack said he could not wait in the article. Jack said he could not wait in the article, and then quotes Forrest. But the thing is, you have to wait, because that's what Forrest said. Ooh, that nearly, is it? We're talking about Barbados there. It's almost Barbados. Or is it? I can't remember the spelling. Long time ago, can't remember the spelling. But does it have anything to do with butterflies? Does it have anything to do with butterflies? Everyone have a good eve. Take care, man. I will. Thank you very much, buddy. And you have a good evening too. I'm going to have a good morning because it's 2:30. I don't mean my 2:30. I mean it's 2:38. Well, it will be in not many seconds because it's 2:29. Cochlea. Ooh, eerie. Thanks, Woody, for being here. Bye, Woody, says single barrel silo. Forrest, the one who hid the treasure, went alone in there, bold. Forrest says in the poem the finder has to be brave, and in the wood to get title to the gold. Was Forrest bold and in the wood too? Yes. But the question is though, is the finder in the wood too? Not in the wood one. Bold. Jack's YouTube page lists a video recorded in 2015 details, if tended to, tells all the page of Jack. Is that not of him? I don't understand the way you word stuff. Jack's YouTube page lists the video recorded in 2015 details, if tended. If intended? Details if intended to. If intended to, tells all the page of Jack. Is that not of him? I think, you have to admit that Forrest wrote the article, even if you don't want to believe it. And Forrest, Douglas says, spare a thought for the author. Well, watch for watch for termites. Bold equals brave, right? Absolutely. And confident. So Forrest said, move with confidence. So therefore, if you are confident and contact Forrest, or different synonyms for those words that could, and what the information was about. Or you gonna be on the Chase Inc. Zoom tomorrow? Who's going to be on the Chase Inc. Zoom tomorrow? Fenn Bonics. Oh, almost like phonetics. Fenn Bonics. It's better than biodynamics, that's for sure. I don't know who you're talking to there, Sandy. I didn't know there was a Chase Inc. Zoom tomorrow. That must be between Dave Paisano, Shiloh, and other people. I don't know. I thought everyone could understand Romeo and Juliet. No, just the wherefore art thou bit, and then, two people dying for no reason because one thought the other one was. To be or not. Oh, I was shopping with the granddaughter and I was deciding how many cans of beans I needed. So I went, two beans or not two beans? That is the question. And she looked at me like I was stupid. What the heck does that mean? And then some stranger from behind me says, don't worry, mate. I understood the reference. And he started laughing. I was like, I've just wasted a really good joke. But then that bloke turned around and said, no, I understood it. So I thought it was great. Two beans or not two beans? He said, do you want a tin of beans? And I went, two beans or not two beans? Didn't go. But he saved me. I understand it, mate, he says. Here. Well, it is actually today here. Yes, it's today here, 2:33. Is that the Zoom today here? Here. Is this the Zoom that we're doing? This isn't a Zoom, this is YouTube. I have ancestors and cousins named Chase, including Chevy. And Samuel, probably. What's Old English if no English? I thought Chevy Chase was adopted. The finder essentially becomes the next Forrest to carry the torch, much like all the world's a stage and its players come and go. Wow, I hope I live to be 94. Two beings. Yes, two beings or not two beings. That is the question. Whether it is Forrest Fenn or... And he is nobler in the mind and to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune in the winter of our discontent. Chevy Chase, because they are following Dave's ram. Don't know what that means. They made a movie about a Nicky. Hell. Forrest used English to win the turquoise bead bracelet. I thought he played pool. Swimming pool. He sneaked one in there. I bet I can beat you at pool. And he swam. Ancestor William Chase was a pilgrim. Oh, not Samuel then. Samuel would have been a better one. The red pill. Or are they like beans? If you cannot commit to one, how is it possible to find yourself noneless? Two, none less, two, 3, 2. 10:32, man with a gun. All units, please respond. Thank you. Why don't I just get on it? No, it doesn't go breaker. All units, please respond. JCB. JCB. All units, please respond. JCB. Sorry, 1032. 1032. I don't know. 10. J. 3. C. B. 2. There's a man with a gun over there telling me I've got to beware. 1032. There's a man with a gun. All units, please respond. Uh-oh. Don't know what the first one is. I know the second one's a rocket. To the moon and back. I don't know what that is. What is that? It looks like Skippy's helicopter. Oh, it's a what do they call them? Ski lift, bus ride. What do they call them? Coaches. Can't remember what they call them. Though. Tram. No. Rocket to the moon. I thought maybe cousin Eddie Chase, not Eddie the Eagle. Mario needs it handed as I'm not going to give. You're not going to give? Oh no. Bullshit, JCB. Oh, don't be like that. I need to buy a U. 22. What's a U? 21? U, V, W, X, Y, Z. 21? 21? 21? 22? U, V, W, X, Y, Z. U, V, 22. T is 20. 21. By a vowel. Can I have a P, please, Bob? Yes, you may. You don't need to buy a U. You. That's all you think about. You. A, E, I, O, U. Sometimes why do you realize the things you say? I think Big Bird said that. Uh-oh. That's the toilet paper, is it? For the JCB. Forrest is going to destroy JCB. I always wipe after JCB. A military man could retire in 20, yet this one is free. Air Force did not become of name until 1967. Forrest went in at 50, and then came out 70. Hey, Michael. Hey, a lottery. Oh, no. Give me 5 numbers between 1 through 7. You should have told me earlier. I've looked it up. And one other number. 1 through 25. If the numbers come in, I'll give you 10% of the cash lump sum minus tax. Mary, I'm going to buy any lottery. Oh, my lottery ticket. Give me 5 numbers between 1 through 70 and one other number. Well, 1 seems to stand out. 25 seems to stand out, so there's 2. 70, there's 3. So 1 is twice, so the other number will be the Powerball, which is 1. So that's 4. So you need to give me 5 numbers. And you have 4 there. 70, 25, 1, and 1. So you need 2 more because the 1 is the extra number. 33, 29. I wish you'd let me read the poem first. So I'm thinking the Powerball, if that's how it works, is 1. 1, 25, 70, 33, 29. Don't know why I said those. Well, I said those because they're there, but 20, 33 and 29, I don't know. Try using Forrest's birthday as the lotto number. 22. Ooh, 22. Actually, now that you say that, 31 instead of 33. Queen's laughing. I don't know why. Why were you laughing, Queen? The U21 or something else? Which one? Oh, it's the same. Which one? Oh, it's the same. Yeah, one is in the normal numbers and one is in the bonus ball. So between 1 through 70 and 1 through 25. Between 1 through 70 and 1 through 25. If the number come in, 10% of the cash lump sum. I'll be able to go bidding on stuff then. Mario could be a great double for a new mag. I just need a wig. I need a wig or a hat. Ben, can I borrow your cap? He used to wear a baseball cap as well, didn't he? Yeah, I wouldn't mind driving a red Ferrari. Who would be... Oh, what was his name? I'd probably be better as the bloke, the rich bloke. I can't remember his name. What was his name? Somebody knows his name. Silverton, Colorado. No, that wasn't his name. Dillard wasn't his name. No, one is a war for one. Did anyone actually read my war for me? I did. And I said that all the souls added up to a whole load of empty. I'm writing a song about Togo or Togo and the Canadian crackers at customs. What the hell is going on? I just tuned in. What's all this about a grid? It's about the electricity and the Democrats. It's all the electricity and the whatever it was, the other words. And the joy. Yeah, I just admitted publicly that the grid is not the solve for the Forrest Fenn Thrill of the Chase chest. And people are like, you've given up. I knew it was wrong. It's like, no, I've been saying that for the last 4 years. I've just said what I normally say in public. So that's just, that's how crazy words are. People don't hear anything, and then when they want to hear something, they will. Oh, is that a mammoth, or is that an elephant and no ants, or is it a bison? I can't tell. I'll have a look. Oh, it's none of them. It's like a lion with horns. What the heck is that? Or is it a buffalo with horns? I don't know. That picture is not. It's not doing me any favors. That picture is not doing me any favors. I can't work out what it is. But that's what's going on then. Tom Selleck. I know Tom Selleck. I want the bloke, the rich bloke that, gave him the Ferrari and had all the money. That bloke. Cooper Express. Mario Almighty. Evan, we are doing the big light project. Big tile project tonight. What grid? What grid? The grid that we use with all the colouring in. The poem. The poem grid. They call it a grid. I call it a map. But so basically, it went that Shiloh told David Paisano that our grid was incorrect for the Thrill of the Chase solve in regard to the chest. And I made it's not a spoof video, but I was taking the mickey out of David Paisano saying, everyone has to give in their solve. Somebody asked about clues and answers, and David said, everyone has to give in their solve, which left the only one left. After he spoke to Shiloh, and Shiloh said that the grid was incorrect. That's not how you get the answers. And yet, if Shiloh did say that to David, then he would almost certainly have said, your solve is incorrect too, David. Or he would have said, David, your solve is correct. And therefore, that negates any reason why David would have to say, you all have to say your solve is wrong to get the answers instead of clues. So I was just, being me. It's crazy. I said exactly what I've been saying for 4 years, and people, oh, you're giving up. You only changed your mind because, David was proven. No, 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 no. I just played David at his own game, and, that's how it went. Does that help? So all the colouring in we do, that's called the grid. So they say, because basically what I said was, you said it was not you. You said it was my solve. I never said it was a solve. I never even said I was a solver. So for David to actually say that, it's like, well, that's a whole load of bull. But the statement he's making is correct. I never told Forrest to solve, so how could he say my solve is incorrect? But the fact that he said the grid is not the solve is right. So I can't disagree with it. So publicly, I made a video saying he's right, he's correct. It isn't, which is no different than what I've always said. So for anyone to take it any differently is weird, because I've always said that it's the words, and I've always said that you open the book, The Thrill of the Chase, you read the poem, a little bit of imagination, jobs are good. Google overlay grid. That's what I said. That's why you have to go, because this way is shorter than this way. Longitude is shorter than latitude. And it won't be correct. It won't be a good map if they're all the same size. So something has to go. Oh, Robin in the Hood, that was a solve as well. Sherwood and all that. Forgot about that one. See, that's what you lot do to me, innit? I'm like 5 or 6 years down the road, and people, all of a sudden just put in a random statement. I think, oh, that was another solve. Robin Hood did the Fire of London as well. It's like all sorts of weird things come up. Skippy could be Magnum PI, helicopter pilot. Oh yeah, but Skippy would have to wear blackface like Forrest. Mammy, how I love you, how I love you, my dear old mammy. I walk a million miles for one of your smiles. The black and white minstrel. So you couldn't get away with that today. The black and white minstrel show. Couldn't do that now. Crazy, crazy, crazy. I see. You must have a logical reason why the coloured letters connect, since they are not in a line. If they were all straight or diagonal, okay, but they are all over the place. Could make it say anything. It could. And that's all I'm saying. It gives information. There has never been the words out of my lips, this is a solve. The only words that I've uttered are, this is information, you can believe it or not. It's black and white. But there are many ways to read that poem. So if you spoke to Tim, he'd read it one way. If you spoke to Man from the East, the Dutchman from the East, he'd read it another way. So many people who read that poem slightly differently. And, I've told you there's a solve that could have been email a coin. I've told you there's a solve that says where the treasure lies. I've told you lots of different things using that solve in different ways. I've told you about the law wheel that it actually says. I've done the same solve as Troy. I've done a different solve than Troy, but it's the same sliding trick that Forrest said. I am the only one who knew the sliding trick, and yet he adds, the rust stains on my pants, and everyone, knew what I'd done. If you're the only one that knew the sliding trick, how do they know you did the sliding trick? You may have the correct solve, but if you don't express it, you will never know. I don't know. I think we know it's the correct solve. But you'll never get title, maybe, if you don't express it. If everyone to the 13 colonies to create a governing before a government, all to new land surely cannot be of the German and of Irish kings. Don't know. Sandy, that totally negates page 133. The only person that needed to know was F. Pretty sure David P discussed that page 133 on his show before you started saying it. It's probably because you're David. Jackson knew the slide trick. Jackson knew the slide trick. Sinister. Interesting. I don't know what's interesting, but nice to have you here, Sinister. Or Sinister. That we have been talking about page 133 for years. Yeah, it's not worth, to and fro in it. It is what it is. The whole purpose of this was to be brave and in the wood. The who and the where is up to the finder. You take that how you want. But there are things that had to take place. Those things, I feel, have taken place. And now it's, I've said before, if Forrest was building a mansion and in order to have everything perfect, the mansion would be built and then there would be a football court, a tennis court, a swimming pool, an ice hockey rink, all these beautiful garden, all these added extras. But it doesn't stop the fact that the mansion has been built. So if Forrest wants to, if that was the main thing that he wanted to do, build a mansion, and the mansion is built, then effectively the chase is over. But there are some, adjustments that could be made to finalizing the whole thing. Please give me a link to the video. What video? Every video, nearly. Every video. Do not tell. It is vital no one shares the location of my treasure. Something like that. Nearly every show. Every stream. Nearly every stream. Talked about. Not going to tell. Almost the same words. A link to what video, Sandy. I've written it in nearly every show for years. So, not reading, not listening either. So, as Davey writes it, I normally say it. So, nearly every show. Ask yourself if the American history was nothing but a Yahtzee war. How did the chase start from the Canadian border? That's a straight line that F never will take part of. War before war is never said. A straight line to a country. Show me one from 2017 when you made this epiphany. Well, not me. I can't do that, Sandy, because I wasn't in it from 2017. But I don't think that's relevant because Forrest didn't get a gut feeling until after that. So if anybody was close, and then the gut feeling was wavering. So if anybody was close, they were close. But then the gut feeling wavered. So those people that were close, they were not close anymore. Until, whatever happened. Oh, it's one of them. I'm the solver, you're not the solver, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Okay. You never had a chance. That sounds like Bill. Bill, someone's taken your spot, mate. You found it. The hat was tipped to you. Now somebody else has found it. And I don't know what reason they have, but they found it. And Sinister says, oh, I love it. It amazes me that people never hear a word Forrest says and they make statements and you just think, what? Why are you talking about 2017? Because nothing happened before then. Like, You can say 2010, nothing happened. 2011, nothing happened. 2012, nothing happened. 2013, nothing happened. 2014, nothing happened. 2015, nothing happened. 2016, nothing happened. 2017, nothing happened. 2018, something might have happened about getting a gut feeling. 2019, discussing 2017, in my opinion, is irrelevant. There wasn't a gut feeling. And even when that gut feeling came about, my gut feeling's wavering. So that must mean, please listen. If Forrest had a gut feeling, nothing had happened until that gut feeling. And then even after that gut feeling, Forrest turns around and says, well, my gut feeling's wavering. That person who gave me the gut feeling is not moving forward. They've stagnated. Not doing much. Maybe further away, maybe in the same place. But then, who knows what could have happened after that? I looked at page 103 in 2050. Again, still not listening. Anything before those dates, irrelevant. Forrest is saying, I have a gut feeling. And then saying, my gut feeling's wavering. That's what you need to focus on. Someone is close. Oh, but they haven't got any closer. And then maybe something happened. Maybe they did get closer. That's what you need to focus on. Wavering. That's it. Wavering. That's the word, Nikki. Wavering. So you need to focus on that point in time. If you had a solve before all of that, shut up. Shut up. Forrest is giving you information and saying, now's the time you need to focus. What's happening is now. Oh, well, it's wavering. That's when you need to focus. If you had a solve before that, it wasn't you. Unless you wavering a bit. Step up the order can at the point of beginning of notice the US document is a legal document. The order states to date by the last 30 days. Order of states to dates is my last 30 days. Well, keep it on your bed. Nothing happened in 2009. You are not listening. You did not get started until after 2017. You have no contact. Page 133. Yeah, I can agree. 2009. I can agree with that. I can agree with that. You did not get started until after. That's what I just said. That's exactly what I've just said. Exactly what I've just said, apart from you added 2009. And I can agree with that, just like I can agree the grid is not the solve. You just added 2009. I can agree with that. But I just said to you, when the gut feeling came about, that's when you need to be interested. Anything before that, you can say 2017. If that's when the gut feeling came out, fine, that's it. But if it came out in 2018, no. Unless Forrest is a liar. I don't think Forrest is a liar. So Forrest gets a gut feeling that somebody is fairly close in what it is they're telling him. I'm saying only at that point in time that Forrest is saying that statement, that's important. And you need to be focused on that statement. Anything before that is irrelevant. So talk about 2015, whatever you're thinking about then, it's not about your thoughts. It's about Forrest Fenn's thoughts. Even if you're Forrest Fenn, even if you are Forrest Fenn, and I'm talking to Forrest Fenn right now, Forrest, you said in 2018, as I can remember, you had a gut feeling. So therefore, nothing in the chase that happened before then, Forrest, according to you, is relevant. That's it. I just said it. That's how I see it. That's how I see it. And that's how you should see it. If Forrest Fenn is an honest man, and if you can believe what he says. And I do. You may not like it, but that's what it is. No context. Was over before Once Upon a While released. But the fact is, don't tell. Do you know who Pete? So I can't do with anything. Enjoy the show, Sandy. January 13th, 2018. Gut feeling? Thanks, Nikki. So, if you're thinking of anything before then, shut up. It's not relevant. It can't be relevant. Otherwise, you're calling Forrest a liar. I happen to believe that Forrest is not a liar. And I happen to believe he believed that somebody gave him information that was very relevant to a solution in his thrill of the chase. Very relevant. And then, maybe, I lied. The account of the presidential list, the Radical 22 Amendment. Constitution, no technical knowledge there then. Not technical, no specialised knowledge. No furthering of a relation of previous governing is not legally eligible. Bush Jr., the wife of a, don't know what that is, CI, don't know, CL. I think she is he. Yes, possible. Sandy. Did I say she? I didn't mean to say anything, to be fair. So maybe, yeah. So Sandy could be either, like, John Travolta's Sandy, or I can't think of male Sandy, but there is a Sandy. What's his name? The golfer. Him. Why is the legal never viewed? Well, we do view the legal. We've done the Constitution and everything, but I've been through, and David B, the birth of Yellowstone, everything, all of it, up until present day America. The Constitution, the Declaration, the fake copy, all of it. All the different presidents. And in some of that, there's a lot of legal stuff. You have no context. You are missing 8 years of your timeline. What? There is an answer for the chest. There is an answer for the trove. The context is having where the chest is nailed down and who. I think there is enough of both to know what this is about. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And I'm not bothered. I don't know how many times I can tell people. I'm not bothered. This is not about me. It's not about Davey. It's not about you, whoever you are, unless you're Forrest Fenn. And then I concede. I'm wrong. You're right. But this is about Forrest. And thank you, Forrest, for what we've done. And I'm glad you're making it happen. And you're making it happen without me, because the stuff that you're saying now, if you're Forrest, I don't understand it. And I don't think it's relevant. But if you can make it happen the way that it's supposed to be, and there is somebody out there that's helping you do it, then it's all good. It's all good. I don't care. I'm not on here to say I'm the solver. I'm on here to say there is information in the poem that may be relevant going forward to everybody that was in the chase community. And if you're listening, you may have a head start going forward. And if you're not listening, maybe you won't. Whether you do or not, I don't care. Whether I'm the solver or not, I don't care. If Forrest made it happen the way that it's supposed to be, I care about that. That's it. That's it. Me having no context is irrelevant. I stopped searching. How many times can I tell people I stopped searching? I was happy with my soul and I stopped searching. That's it. I don't get it. You have no context. Hello, imagination. Good evening. May I see you alive again, ready for that Zoom call? If you wish. I really don't see. You believe that I gave up. Crazy for you for believing that. I basically just said in that video what I've been saying for the last 4 years. Nothing different. It's crazy. Ignore everything Forrest said before 2018. No, not ignore everything Forrest said. Don't try and put words in my mouth. I'm trying to say, if you're a solver, no, I'm not trying to say, I said it. If you're a solver and your solve happened before 2018, no. Forrest only had a gut feeling in 2018, means it wasn't solved. It was not listening. It was not solved. He had a feeling, a gut feeling it would be solved. So 2018 onwards, there was somebody in the community that gave Forrest Fenn information. And his feeling was that that person would go on and do miracles. And that didn't happen. And he made that statement too. And then from 2018 to 2020, we had a solver. Is it the same person that gave him the gut feeling, which was not you, because it wasn't 2017? It wasn't 2015. It wasn't 2010. And it wasn't 2009. Whilst 2009 is an important time, it wasn't solved then. It may have begun then, but it wasn't solved. No, she's been before, or he's been before, whatever. Forrest needs to live on here. Whenever a bell rings and Angel gets it. And that's what this is about. So people are saying, like, what was I saying earlier? Something to do with the end of it anyway. But Forrest is waiting for the bell. If you should think of me when I pass this bell, ring the bell later and wish to please my ghost. So, are you going to ring in for dinner? Is there someone on the phone? Like, what's the ring for? I don't know. I sometimes wonder if anybody who is in the chase actually heard anything Forrest said. But Forrest will always live. Legal history document, the great jar. It's supposed to be a pickle jar, like hot water pickle. And other things that pickle means. What does pickle mean? Why do you think it was changed from an olive jar to a pickle jar? What does pickle mean? My friend said, Louis, my husband Bill and I have been in the chase longer than... Yeah. I admit I haven't been in the chase long. And I'm not saying I am saying your solve is wrong if you're saying you solved it in 2017. Not because I'm saying it's wrong. I'm using what Forrest Fenn said, and that says it's wrong. If he didn't have the gut feeling to 2018, anything that you sent to Forrest in 2017, guess what? He didn't get a gut feeling. He didn't read it and go, ooh, wow, this person might be onto something. He didn't do that until 2018. So if you gave him the information in 2018, well done. Seriously, well done. But if you didn't, shush. Because you're contradicting what Forrest Fenn said. I'm listening to what Forrest Fenn said, and that's what he said. And that can only mean somebody. Wow. Ooh. They're close. Not going to take long for them to figure it out. That's all I'm saying. No. What are you saying, Sandy? I'm using however many years Forrest had the chase open for and all the information in all of those years. It didn't matter if it took me a week. If I binge studied everything that Forrest said and did and all the scrapbooks and everything, and I did it all in a week and I got a solution. That's it. It doesn't matter whether you've been on boots on the ground 600 times. It doesn't matter whether you've been in the chase 14 years. What matters is you listen to Forrest. That's all that matters. Stop making silly statements. That's crazy. I've had people say, oh, you can't find it. You never went boots on the ground. Even though I did. Oh, you can't find it. You don't live in America. Oh, you can't find it. Oh, you can't find it. Oh, you can't find it. Sounds like a load of liberals to me. No. You can find it if you listen to Forrest Fenn. That's it. That's the only stipulation you need. And you can find it if you follow the 9 clues precisely. You can find it. That's it. If you follow the 9 clues precisely, in the first day that you're in the thrill of the chase, done. There is no longevity in the solution, just that you have one. Do you know what that is? Having begin it where warm waters halt, nailed down. That's it. Whether it took you an hour, whether it took you 14 years is irrelevant. Whether you went boots on the ground once or boots on the ground 700 times is irrelevant. Follow the 9 clues precisely, begin it where warm waters halt, nailed down, and you solved the Forrest Fenn thrill of the chase. Following in the footprints of Major Forrest Burke Fenn. Realising the blaze, having the last clue, giving you the chest, all of those things that Forrest said, there is no time limit on that. There isn't. And if you think that gives you a special benefit, I don't know what you've been listening to. I really don't. There is no time limit involved in the chase. Only that you do the things that Forrest Fenn said. And listen to the things that Forrest Fenn said. And he said, definitely, 2018, he was aware that somebody was close. In fact, I go so far as to say spitting distance or shouting distance, he said. Do you know what that meant? Did you look up shouting distance or spitting distance? I did. He said something must be obvious to you by now. Did you look that up? I did. I don't know. I don't know why people say these things. I really don't. What has context got to do with anything? The answer is what matters. Listening to Forrest and having the answers based on the things that he said. Your context, remember, nobody can think my thoughts, said Forrest. Did Forrest tell you the answer? Because if they're your thoughts, guess what? It's not right. It can't be. Because you thought of it. Forrest didn't tell you it. There's no context needed. What's that, Forrest? Where did you say it was? Oh, right. Cheers. What about who? Oh, yeah. Because... Oh, right. No, just making sure. Thank you. That's it. That's all there is to it. That is all there is to it. All there is. The who and the where is up to the finder. Did you find the who and the where? Is it up to you? Just telling you what Forrest Fenn said. The who and the where is up to the finder. Did you do that? If you did, well done. I'm not here to argue with anyone. I'm not here to try and make a claim that is better than yours. I'm trying to tell you, here are the words of Forrest Fenn. And what people say does not lend to what he said. And thereby, it cannot be correct. If you listen to what I'm saying, you may have an understanding of how Forrest told you the answers without telling you the answers. You may be correct, and I don't care. But stop saying that we are incorrect. We're not trying to say we're the solvers. I have never tried to say I'm a solver. I don't get it. Nikki, my mother always told me that water always goes best with vinegar. My father, running away from me. My father tells me that Like reading that. What is chasing paying you to say? Always the same thing from people who lose their credibility for their soul. Chasing. What's chasing got to do with anything? We're just searchers. It's a simple thing to do. It really is simple. Just read the poem. Just fucking read it. Just fucking read it. That's it. Read it. It's not difficult. No fancy fucking stupid souls. Excuse my French. But to be honest, you are pissing me off just now. Really are. Stop it. Stop it. Just read the poem. What's up with you? Forrest Fenn tells you what it is you need to do. Well, I'll do that then. I'll do that then. I won't come up with this harebrained super solve that Forrest says no one can think my thoughts. Do you know what that means? Have you any idea what that means? In English, no one can think my thoughts. Solve the poem. Follow the 9 clues precisely. Solve the poem. I will tell you the answer. That's what it means. I will tell you the answer because you cannot think it. You will never think it. You will never think it. No matter what solve you have, you will never think of the answer. I made sure of that when I wrote the poem. If you have an answer that Forrest has not told you, it's incorrect. How simple is that? That is not difficult to understand. If you have an answer that Forrest did not tell you, it's incorrect. I don't see how difficult that is to understand. You cannot think Forrest Fenn's thought. Anything you think of, however you thought of it, wherever you got the information from the book, from the internet, from all 3 books, from the scrapbooks, from the interviews, etc., etc., etc. If the poem, please listen, flipping heck. All you need is the poem. Forget everything else. Don't say you use this, this, and 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 this to get the answer. Forget it. Forrest Fenn, the person who set it up, says all you need is the poem. What are you going to do? Search the internet? What for? All you need is the poem. The bias comes from every bit of information that you use off the internet, out of the book, and anywhere else. Now listen, please listen. Solve the poem, get the answer, then all of that information will help you with those answers. But before then, no, they won't help you. They won't help you. They'll be a hindrance because your bias says that it's in Montana and somebody else's bias says it's in New Mexico. Somebody else's bias says it's in Colorado and somebody else's bias says it's in Wyoming. And it's the exact same information. The exact same information, the same words out of the same book, put people in 4 different states. How is it possible? I've said this for years, but obviously not listening. How is it possible that the same information puts people in 4 different states and they're all correct? No. So ignore that information. Read the poem. Get the information from Forrest Fenn himself. That's where he put it. He told you all you need is the poem. He told you that. He told you that. You need to solve the poem without any of the other stuff. Without any of the other stuff. Stop with the bullshit. I cannot believe 4 years on, people are still saying they solved the Forrest Fenn poem and they have nothing to do with the poem. They have it all off the internet. They have it all out of a book. It's like, well, what did the poem say when you read it? I didn't read the poem. No, when you read the answers in the poem. No, I didn't get the answer from there. It's because Forrest said this in the Thrill of the Chase, and that was my warm water salt, and that's where I started. Yeah, but what did the poem say when you read it? You're supposed to read it. That's where the information is. Forrest said it. All the information is contained in the poem. Yeah, but I never did that. Well, how have you got to solve then? How have you done the opposite of what Forrest said was going to get you the answer? How have you managed to do the opposite of what he said and got the answer. That is absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. Beyond crazy. Please listen. I'm not trying to fall out with people. I'm trying to say, look, here's your answer. Read the poem. They're the same words that Forrest Fenn gave you. Read the poem. He gave you the poem and the answers are in the poem. That's it. It is not. It is difficult. It's difficult until you know the answer, and then it's like, oh man, no way. For a chest. For a chest. If you're saying you solved the poem and it's not for a chest, that's something different. I take back everything that I said, something different. If your solve is for the poem, no. If your solve is for the chest and you haven't read the poem, no. No. Don't make me have solvers and oh no. Hey Five, how you do? Here's an idea, just what Forrest said to do. Read and solve the poem. Anything against that is you and your bias. Maybe it's their first day, like the first day's good. Yeah, but they think they've done it all, yet your bias tells you that somehow you're the... It's not my bias. Oh man, I have never known. I taught people where English was not their first language. And they can hear me say, they would understand me when I said, read the poem. Not my words, Forrest Fenn's words. All you need is the poem. How is that bias? How in any universe, alternate reality, whatever, how is me listening to Forrest Fenn my bias? How is it my bias at all, in any way, shape or form? I'm biased because I'm listening to Forrest Fenn. No, I'm clever because I'm listening to Forrest Fenn. He's telling me all I need is the poem. Why am I looking on the internet? Why would I look on the internet? Why would I even read the book if all I need is the poem? Without the backstory. Remember the little girl from India? Can't get closer than the first two clues. She's already there. Don't need the backstory. Don't need the thrill of the chase book. Stop with this making up words that you think Forrest Fenn may have said. You cannot think his thoughts, he said. And yet you're choosing to take a word that he never even mentioned, making it into something it wasn't, and saying that's part of your solve, and saying you started at clue 2 when he says, if you don't have begin it where warm water, salt, nailed down, you have nothing. Therefore, what does that mean? You don't know. And yet you have a solve and expect me to want to talk to you about your solve, and you're not even listening to what I'm saying or what Forrest Fenn said. I'm not falling out with you. I'm not getting nasty. I'm saying, listen. Just shut up and listen. All you need is the poem. They, listen, are, listen, not, listen, my, listen, words. They're not my words. They're not my bias. They are the words of the person that set up the thrill of the chase. Shut up. You talk rubbish when you say all that stuff that you say and expect me to want to believe it when the first thing that Forrest is telling you is all you need is a poem. You ignore. It doesn't matter what was said in the book, The Thrill of the Chase. It doesn't matter. You don't need it. So you telling me that you got some information and it means this when Forrest didn't even say it, and you brought it to the poem? No. No. You have to take the stuff out of the poem and associate it with the book. Whilst the hints in the book will help with the clues in the poem, unless you know the answer, you don't know what the hints are. You have no idea what the hints are. That would be easy. That would be easy if you could pick up the hints from the book. But guess what? You pick up the hints differently than somebody else pick them up. And they pick it up differently than someone else. Do you know what that explains? Have you any idea what that explains? Any? Just a random guess, because that's all you do. A random guess. What will that explain to everybody in the chase? I don't know, maybe 50 souls, maybe 100 souls, maybe 350,000 souls. That's what that explains. I think that's simple to understand. That everybody has a different soul because of their bias, and they did not listen. They did not use just the poem. Therefore, they thought of something that could be the answer. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Forrest said, no one can think my thoughts. Wrong. I can tell you it's wrong. If you thought of it, it's wrong. I'm not saying it because I say it's wrong. I'm saying it because Forrest said, no one could think my thoughts. It's in a place people would not normally go. No one is going to stumble on that chest. If you knew the Homer Brown, etc., 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 and you don't use any of it, you feel you don't have to because you have the answer. I feel I have to read what the poem says because that's what Forrest told us to do. I'm not arguing with it. If you are the solver, great. You'll get what you're entitled to. I'm not bothered. I'm more concerned that Forrest makes it happen the way it's supposed to be. As you should be. As everyone should be. That's what you should be concerned about. Not whether you're the solver or not. Because it wasn't for a chest. And that's your argument, that you found that chest that it wasn't about. You found a chest that this wasn't about. How does that make you feel? Are you special? Are you important? That you found a chest that the thrill of the chase wasn't about. Don't tell me you found a chest. Maybe. Tell me where you found a chest. Because the who and the where is up to the finder. Maybe Forrest knows your answer. He knows who you are. He knows where you found a chest. But if you tell him where you found a chest and not that you found a chest, he knows you found a chest. He knows you found a chest. You see, you can tell him it's nailed down, Forrest. You can say, Forrest, I found the blaze. From the blaze, heavy loads and water high. The blaze. No paddle up your creek. Nearly finished. From there, it's no place for the meek. A place where people wouldn't normally go. A place nobody's going to stumble on that chest. You see, put in below the Homer Brown. Not far, but too far to walk. Took in the canyon down. Be wise, find the blaze. Find the blaze, find warm water's halt. Not find warm water's halt and go to the blaze. What are you doing? You had to be wise and find the blaze before you got to the blaze. If you've been wise and found the blaze, so why are you finding the blaze? Why are you finding the blaze at clue 9? Why are you finding the blaze at clue 9? 2 clues. First clue, last clue. Get you the chest. Why are you finding the blaze at clue 9? You had to find it earlier. And yet you had to find it later. And yet you arrived back where you started because you did both. You start and end in the same place. That's why, if you're walking more than a mile, you're walking too far. There was only ever going to be one spot. Stop saying bull. Like, you want me to believe the bull that you're saying, and I say, well, actually, it can't be that because Forrest said this, and you think it's me that's saying it. No. No. Forrest is saying it. I'm reminding you, translating for you what Forrest said, and you're like, nah, Forrest is a liar. Nah, Forrest moved it. Nah, Forrest pulled it. Nah, Forrest is a fraud. Shut up. Listen to what he said. He told you where it was. Point blank said, here. This is where it is. Tell me where it is. I can keep my secret where. Tell me where it is. Don't tell me you found a chest. Tell me where it is. Nailed down. Done. Tell me that. Read me what I told you in the poem. Read me what I told you in the poem. That's all he's saying. Read that information. Read where I said it was. You see, when David Paisano said that Shiloh said my solve was incorrect, I knew that wasn't right because I didn't tell anyone my solve. I've told you 100 times. Forrest said, don't trust anyone, not even me. And I said, how can I trust you then? How can I trust you if I can't trust anyone? Who's who? The who and the where is up to the finder. Who's who? Shall I tell you who is? Shall I tell you where is? Instead of, Forrest, this is the solve. This, and this. Why don't I just tell you where the chest is? Just tell you where the chest is. And who the hair belongs to. Why don't I just do that? And then, if you're not the real person, Forrest, or whoever gets this email, Cynthia, whoever's reading them, they won't know what the solve is. So even if they come out with the answer, they won't know the solve. They have no idea what the solve is. They might know the answer that I gave, but they don't know the solve. So when David comes out and says that Shiloh says my solve is incorrect, you don't know my solve. I've told all of you don't know what the solve is. You don't know what my solve is. How can you say it's right or wrong? You can't. And neither can Forrest say it's right or wrong. He can say to me, Mario, you have the right answer. Until I tell him my solve, he won't know who's the correct solve. And yet, I have been given everybody the solve. And Forrest would know that I have told him the solve. If he's genuinely Forrest. And I believe he is genuinely Forrest. So in all of these 4 years, when I started my videos, I said 2 conversations. I am talking to you and you hear this. But really, there are some words that I am saying that don't mean what you think they do. They really don't. Absolutely don't mean what you think they do. But if Forrest wrote it, he'll know what they mean. And he'll know I know that you start and end at the blaze, at the home of Brown, and at the beginning. And you'll arrive back where you started and know the place for the first time. Because that last clue is exactly where the first clue is. You started there, you finished there, and now you know. It's that simple. And you just read the poem. And Forrest tells you the answer. And there is none of these fantastic, amazing, go around the world to get back to where you started solves. So please listen, please. That's what that video the other day was about. Stop saying the grid solve is my solve, mine and David B's solve, to find the chest. It's not. As I've said hundreds of times. You keep saying it is, and you keep saying you don't like it. It's fine. But it's not the solve. It is, in fact, the solve that I've been telling you that it is. Read the poem in the book, The Thrill of the Chase. Open the book, as I've said before. Turn to the poem. Read it. That's it. Post-it note solved, done. That's it. Seriously. I don't know how many times I could tell you the same thing. I really don't. I really don't. That's the solve. Stop it with all the bull that you keep coming up with. It doesn't matter how you solve the Forrest Fenn Thrill of the Chase poem to find a chest. If Forrest did not tell you the answer, it wasn't you. You need the book only because the poem is in the book. 100%, but Forrest said all you needed was the poem. So therefore, if you found the poem online, Absolutely, Nikki. If you found the poem online and read the poem, and the clues are in the book, there are clues in the book because the poem's in the book and the clues are in the poem. So everything that Forrest said is 100% true, and people don't want to hear it. I don't understand that. I like to believe we are waiting for more than one event to happen before we get answers. It just hasn't happened, and there is no date that can be. Well, I think there is information in the poem that will tell you if Forrest can read the future or remote view or whatever. But yeah, there are events that need to happen, and that is why fun and answers can't be predicted, because Forrest said he couldn't end the chase. So maybe the other Forrest can end the chase in respect of these things that happen. So there are things that should happen. And that means what? That you had a head start and still didn't do it? I don't know what you're trying to say. If Forrest didn't have a gut feeling to 2018, if you solved it before 2018, it wasn't you. It's that simple. And then his gut feeling was wavering, as Nikki says. So, no. No. Until it was done, it wasn't done. And the trove may have been found before the chest. But the simple solve, really, remember, you're supposed to think, why don't I think of that? You know, people tell me these solves, and I think, well, no one's going to think, why don't I think of that? And a child ain't going to solve it because they've got better eyes, and etc., that Forrest said. It's like, you don't put any of that to your solves. You just say, look, I thought of this brilliant thing. I thought of this brilliant thing. I thought of it. And that's the answer. And Forrest says, no one can think my thoughts. So the fact that you thought of it already says it's wrong. I told you, I've sold hundreds of souls, hundreds. I wish Forrest was here now. He'd tell you. He would tell you. Hundreds. And some of the information was really good information. And some of it was just, you know, solves that all you people have had. I can see the need for gloves if you were going to dig through all those twigs. I think so. Except to maybe get back to the car because it got late. I think it in a Winnebago in the south. I don't know what that's for. Bullshit answer there, Davey. What is fucking real? The cipher is real. Wheelbarrow. Your fucking bitter ass on the. Well, I don't know why you're arguing. I really don't. If nobody's 100% of the answer, if nobody's 100% of the answer, how can you argue? You can just say, look, my solve is this, and my solve is this, and my solve is this. Or you can just say, look, here is some information that I have found on my journey in the chase, and this is what it led me to. And I took into account everything that Forrest said in order to do this. Some people, though, they're not. They're just saying, look, this is the answer, this is the answer, this is the answer, and I don't give a fuck what Forrest says. What? What? That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. How good is a handwritten map? Oh, better than Google. Well, as good as Google. As good as Google. As good as Google. Can't really say it's better. But the fact that it's handwritten means it tells you where it is that you want to go. So it's probably better than Google because it's giving you directions. You know, you've got a handwritten map that says this is where you need to go, this is where you need to be, go here. So yeah. Like there's even, where is it? Look in the poem. It says you are here. You don't get a much better map than that. You are here. I can't see how you can think that there's a better map than that, because that's how a map is, isn't it? It's like, you are here. And you look and you go, oh, I need to be over there. How do I get from here to there? Ignore No, I didn't say that. Stop trying to put words into my mouth. I said, all you solvers that solved it before 2018, ignore that. Not Forrest. It's got nothing to do with Forrest. It's to do with you, Sandy, you. and other people like you that say you solved it before the 2018 I have a gut feeling. It obviously wasn't solved before then. Obviously wasn't solved before then. So anybody giving information about a solve before then, ignore you, Sandy. You, and whoever went with you. You, ignore you. You before 2018. If you solved it before 2018, ignore you. If you're Bill, ignore you. If you're someone else, ignore you. Because it wasn't found before then. Because Forrest had a gut feeling in 2018. That's exactly what I'm saying. You don't hear it because you want to be the solver. That's fine. But that's exactly what I'm saying, Sandy. Ignore you. You didn't find it before 2018. Impossible. Impossible. Do you know why I'm saying you didn't find it? Not because I'm saying you didn't find it. I don't care. I'm saying Forrest said he had a gut feeling 2018, January 2018, which means nobody had found it, but somebody was close. In shouting distance or spitting distance, he said. Was that you? Not if you found it in 2017, it wasn't. That's what I'm saying. Don't try and say I'm saying anything bad about Forrest, because I'm not. I'm saying about you who can't listen. And I don't care whether you're right or wrong. I don't. But stop giving the bull. It won't work with me. I don't listen to bull. I don't take too kindly to bull. I understand what is bull, and I understand what isn't. Now, what Forrest said is not bull. What you're saying is. It wasn't found in 2017. Full stop. Full stop. It was not found in 2017 or at any time before 2017. It may have been hidden in 2009. I'll agree with that. But found by somebody else other than Forrest? No, that didn't happen. And to hear, yes, it does. Nobody listens to the ciphers because they don't have the expertise to apply the logic. You had a gut feeling in 2005, but you were not allowed to hear it. No, you're right, I wasn't. But Sandy, listen to what you just said. Was it found? No. Somebody might have been close. Was it found? No. 2018, never gut feeling. Was it found? No. Listen to what you're saying. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. What matters is when you were told. Listen. If the chest is found, we're talking about a chest, we're not talking about anything else. If the chest is found, do you know everything that is about the chase? No. You didn't solve the poem. If you found a chest, you'll get what's coming to you. Excuse me. You'll get what's coming to you. If you found a chest, the chase hasn't finished. If you solved the poem, you would know that. Stop saying you solved the poem. If you're saying you found a chest, you found a chest. So what? Forrest is not bothered about the chest. I don't know what you want me to say about that. Don't tell me you found a chest. Forrest is not bothered about somebody finding a chest. Gut feeling or otherwise. 5 the same. I don't know what you want people to think that you say you found a chest if Forrest is not interested in it. And don't say he's a liar and he's this, that, and the other, because he's not. You just found a chest that was supposed to be found. That's it. And if you're right, listen, if you're right, correct, whatever you want to call it, you'll get what's coming to you when the chase ends or when the chase begins or however it's supposed to be. But until then, as Forrest said, you will be waiting. And until then, you will have nothing. You'll have Jack. the narrative that's written in the poem. And if you could read the poem, you'd read the narrative and it wouldn't bother you. It really wouldn't bother you if you could read the narrative about Jack at 9 Mile Hole, which is just the lure. I'm not saying nothing at all to be argumentative. I am saying something that Forrest Fenn said. Something that would explain the thrill of the chase. Something that would stop the 500 flipping solvers from saying they're the solver. Because it's impossible. It's only supposed to be difficult. It's impossible that you're all the solver, that you're all 100% correct. It's impossible that you're all saying you can prove that you're the solver. It's impossible. It can't be Bill, you, Sandy, Five Leaf, Dave Man from the East, Barbara, Treasure Poem, Street, Troy, Trusted, and the list goes on. It can't be all of you. It can't. Stop it. Stop it. You're talking rubbish. There is no such thing as the best wrong solve. There isn't. There is no such thing as the best wrong solve. You'll know you have the correct solve. You're supposed to have it nailed down. It's simple enough logic. It's simple enough. Forrest told you. If you do not have begin it where warm waters hot nailed down, you have nothing. So therefore, that first clue you have is worth the narrative of Jack. As long as you persist in having that narrative, you'll have that narrative of Jack. Because you have nothing, Jack. Nothing. Some people will add the word sh to it, but that's all you have. Because you don't have begin it where warm waters halt nailed down. You don't even know what that means. You can't even fathom how you get it nailed down. But that fact alone says you haven't got begin it where warm waters halt, which means you never started the thrill of the chase. That's not me being nasty. It really isn't. That's me being very frustrated that you can't hear simple logic. You can't start the thrill of the chase unless you get begin it where warm waters halt nailed down. So why don't you try and do that? Why don't you try and do that? Begin it where warm waters halt nailed down. Get it nailed down. And I can assure you, 100% I can assure you, that once you get it nailed down, you know where it is. You know where it is. And there is nobody in the world, there is no one in the world, when they find it nailed down, that they could argue with you. No one. Nobody. Nobody. Once you give them that information, there is no one in the world that will go, well, I think you're wrong. No one. Nobody. No one. And they might even go, oh, I wish I'd have thought of that. That's simple, that is. Just get it nailed down. Wild accusations. They believe me, Mario. What do they believe? I maxed out my chase card on this chase. These wild accusations must have got wrong, buddy. I gained ground. On what? On your own imagination. You know what? Screw you, Mario. I've got the best wrong solve out there. Thanks, imagination. Yeah, listen. I'm not trying to fall out with anybody. The simple information is Forrest said you only need a poem, so just use a poem. Simple information. Forrest said begin it where warm waters halt nailed down, so just get it nailed down. That's it. That's your job done. That's your job done. Read the poem. Begin it where warm waters halt nailed down. Done. Honestly, you're done. That's it. Finished. Seriously, finished. Read the poem. Little imagination. Begin it where warm waters halt nailed down. You're done. You can fine tune the 9 clues, but you're done. You don't need any more. Honestly, you don't. Everything else that you bring to the chase that is not the poem, excess baggage. It's all bias, all of it. Every single thing that you think is your own thought. The fact that you thought of it says you're wrong. The fact that you thought of it. No one can think my thoughts. I don't see what's difficult to understand about that. He's basically saying, whatever you think, it ain't that. Whatever you come up with, it ain't that. Whatever you imagine it to be, it isn't that. What you need is for me to tell you in the poem what the answer is. That's what he's saying. That's exactly what he's saying. You cannot think my thoughts. I have to tell you the answer. Where is the only place that I said to you the answer is? I'm Forrest. Imagine I'm Forrest. All you need is the poem. No one can think my thoughts. Where am I telling you the answer is? In the book? Of course not. On the internet? Of course not. I'm telling you the answer is in the poem. And if you can't think my thoughts, read the poem. I'll tell you. That's it. That is all there is. That is all there is. Read the poem. I'll tell you what the answer is. But I looked up all the words in that poem, especially the nouns. You don't need all of them, but it's risky to ignore any. I think that might be for another soul. But that first bit, I looked up all the words in that poem, and you think you don't have to, and you think those words mean what you think they do. Of course they don't. And you think because you have one cipher as opposed to lots of ciphers, that's the answer. And you think because it's a known cipher, that's the answer. I'm pretty certain Forrest wouldn't use a known cipher. I'm pretty certain he would make his own cipher. To remembered, I don't know, maybe like the Beale cipher. Would it be the Forrest Fenn cipher? Not just any cipher, his cipher. The Forrest Fenn cipher. If indeed there is a cipher in the poem, because you don't need a cipher to find the chest. You need to read the poem with a little imagination, some deep thinking using logic. Read the poem. Read it. That's it. Read me what the poem says. Read it. Don't read as I've gone alone in there with my treasures bottled. I can keep my secret rain here for rich and new, and I'll begin it where warm waters help take it in the canyon down, not far but too far to walk, but in below the hammer barren. Don't read that. Don't read that. He didn't need to look up those words. Those words. Douglas Preston saw the first draft of the poem. That's too easy. Maybe Forrest wrote where it was. Maybe to have it nailed down, you have to know where it was. Maybe Douglas Preston read, that's where it is, 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 that's where it is. Well, Forrest, that's too easy. Yeah, but they won't find it for 1,000 years. How could he know? How could he know it was too easy if he didn't know where? How could he know it was too easy if he didn't know where? Of course he knew where. Had to. You can't say it's too easy otherwise. It's not that he said it was too easy and Forrest said, well, what's the answer? And he gave the answer and Forrest said, no. That's not how it went down. He said it's too easy and Forrest said they won't solve for 1,000 years. So it means he knows where it is, which means he read where it was. He must have read where it was. There is no way on God's earth that he can say it's too easy. None. Not in any alternate reality can he say it's too easy if he doesn't know the answer? So he had to have read the answer. What are you doing, Forrest? Oh, I'm writing a poem. I'm going to hide a treasure chest. And I'm writing a poem so people can read this and find where the treasure chest is. Oh, are you? Yeah. Do you mind if I look? No, you have a look. Well, that's too easy. Yeah, but they won't find it for 1,000 years. Not. Why? How did you work that out? How did you work that out? He saw a first draft that had the answer. And then Forrest changed it. There is no answer. Only there is. No subterfuge in sight. It's just hidden. My Frenchie Oscar lost his battle with... Oh. Have you another Frenchie? Oh, sorry about Oscar. Yeah, I'm sorry about Oscar. You were stubborn kind of Fitz, really. 5-leaf, write it in invisible ink and small like the font size Fenn used in the old John. Make the book the size of a matchbox. Well, the poem is the size of a book. There's a book in that poem. You don't believe me, but there is. There's a poem in that poem. You don't believe me, but there is. There's an encyclopedia in that poem. You don't believe me, but there is. And it doesn't matter. It didn't help find the chest. What helps find the chest is reading the poem, looking up the words that Forrest Fenn looked up. That's what helps. And the words that Forrest Fenn made, as long as, what does it matter what the word is, as long as the person reading it understands what it is. So maybe Forrest looked up the words because he made all the words. Maybe they're his words, like flutterby. Maybe he told you that he used the word, I don't know, like tenacity. That don't make sense, Forrest. Why have you put that word tenacity there? Well, the same reason I put these words here. But I told you I did that because it helps you. But obviously you don't want to listen, so it won't help you if you don't want to listen. I was thinking back pocket or backpack size books. I was thinking a poem that you could write a book in. Not a poem, not a book that you could write a poem in. See, we thought that Forrest wrote a poem in a book. He didn't. He wrote a book in a poem. So he wrote a book with a poem in it, which had a book in it. That's crazy. You had to live the chase. Tell you what, Mario, I will help you read my map. Every image I use from Google Earth. And between the four corners and the Gilliam on top of my first double mega. But that's what I'm saying to you. There was only one spot. I don't know why you can't hear it. There was only ever going to be one spot. The begin and the end is the same spot. The whole, not the whole poem. Begin it where warm waters halt to the blaze. It's the same spot. You don't move from that spot. Anything else you got was your own imagination. You start and end in the same place and know it for the first time. Because when you started, it was your starting point. And when you finished, it was your end point. And you finished at the blaze, but you started at the blaze. I can't make it any simpler. Warm waters halt the blaze and the home of brown, exactly the same thing. There is nothing. There is nothing. You don't go anywhere. You don't do anything apart from you get the chest. You won't know you have the correct warm waters halt till you have the chest in your hands. How can that be? Because the last clue gives you the chest. That's what Forrest said. So the blaze must be at beginning where warm waters halt. The blaze must be there. Therefore, listen, please listen. Sick of it. Therefore, the home of brown must be at warm waters halt. It's just, I don't know. I can't make it any simpler. I really can't. Really can't. Just listen to what Forrest said. If I told you the home of brown, you go right straight to it. Don't make excuses. Listen to what he said. If I told you the home of Brown, you go right straight to it. Where's the blaze? 5 locations away? 6, 7? Where's the blaze? The blaze is at the home of Brown, because that's where the chest is. Look quickly. If you've been wise and found the blaze, look quickly down. And if Forrest is saying it's at the home of Brown, then the blaze must be at the home of Brown. Must be. There is no other way. It's impossible for it to be anywhere else. If you go right straight to it at the home of Brown, then the blaze must be there, because that's where the chest is. That's a true statement. If you go right straight to the home of Brown and the chest is where the blaze is, then the blaze must be at the home of Brown, or the home of Brown. And then he doubles down and says, if you have the home of Brown, why are you worried about warm water salt? Well, it's the first clue. And you said, if you don't have that nailed down, you have nothing. And you said you could go right straight to the home of Brown and that's where the chest is. So no, you didn't say that's where the chest is. He said you can go right straight to it. So if he says you can go right straight to it, then the implication is that's where the chest is. So therefore, if the blaze is where the chest is, if the home of Brown you go right straight to, and if you have the home of Brown, why are you worried about warm water salt? Guess where the home of Brown, the blaze and warm water salt are all together. The poem is about the same place. A place that's no place for the meek. A place that people won't stumble on. A place that people do not normally go. It is so simple, it's unreal. It begs belief that people make up all this bull about them being the solver when you listen to what Forrest Fenn said. And that's not even including the little girl from India, two clues. That's not including solve the first 2 clues, you're halfway. You're more than 50% there, metaphorically speaking, which is 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100%. You have no way of gauging the percent. More than 50% there, metaphorically speaking, could be 100%. Solve the first 2 clues, you're 100% there, metaphorically speaking. So just listen to what he said. He's telling you where it is in the statements that he makes and telling you where it isn't in the statement that he makes. I know the chest is wet. He's told you all of this information, and all you have to do is tell him what it is. That's all you have to do. If I said it now, that could be enough, probably. There must be someone out there who can put all those things together and go, oh, crap. Wish I'd thought of that. Has to be this. Has to be. There is no way it can be anything else. And then, please listen, put those things together. And then, Forrest says, you need it nailed down. So the icing on the cake is to nail it down. That's it. Now, to have it nailed down. Have read all 3 poems. One of my daughters I gave the book to. The thrill of the chase belongs to Ken and it was the document of history of my. Flat Earthers would have loved that line. I don't know what line that is. I must have missed that. And if I said it, oh, dang, I didn't know. I also have some gold I found. Wow, my mini treasures would be weird if I think I can sell 250 books. I will do this. Good luck with those 250 books. Anyone catch how JCB script this ciphers the way Calazar's always has done? As I said earlier, JCB is just 1032, 1032. Man with a gun. All units respond to JCB. Man with a gun. There's a man with a gun over there. How can you say the same thing over and over again? You must be paid. I'm not paid. Unlike you, I'm a genuine searcher who believes that people in the thrill of the chase who are confused by what's happening, need some sort of realization. That's it. That's it. That is exactly it. But that realization has to come without compromising what Forrest Fenn is doing. If you're smart enough, you'll probably catch on. But, you're under the same NDA as I am. Self-inflicted, not telling, because 133 says it is vital that nobody shares the location of my treasure. Vital. That's not a little word. So I am a real searcher, along with David B, with a self-imposed NDA that says we won't tell anyone. We won't tell anyone. But we will. And if they're prepared to listen, they'll know what we know. And hopefully they're of good character where they won't say anything. No, I don't. I've anagrammed that poem too. Sorry, imagination. I've done that. I've anagrammed that poem. I've told you about it. It's the high, warm, west, rain, wet table. High, warm. So begin it where warm waters halt. The high, warm, west rain, wet table. Something like that. A long time ago. And that's a true statement. It really happens. The warm west rain at that point in southwest Wyoming and the place Table Mountain exists, that's where it started. For the anagrams, well, it didn't start there because it starts at, the old Santa Fe Trail. Spelt TRL, not TRAIL. So, yeah, I've done the anagrams as well. I've done that many solves in that poem. You won't believe how many solves I've done. You won't believe the words I've come up with reading, all those words. You won't. Like I say, I wish Forrest was here. He'd tell you, the things that I did. He must have thought I was nuts. Must have thought I was nuts. No book need, as the chase holds close to hints the poem will lead to. Don't know. Hi, Fenn. No book needed, as the chase holds close to hints the poem will lead to. Don't know. Not straight as I do, not do straight. You're getting worse than Dylan. Not straight as I do, not do straights. I'm thinking they're anagrams as well now. Runs, landscape did change. I'm think, hey Tigger, that if you were that fish and FF caught you, then wouldn't you know that? Of course, that's the whole point. You have nothing to tell. Me? Yeah, we do. It is hard that nobody shares my treasure. It is hard. Thanks, Nikki. Yeah, it is. And that heart is in Wyoming. I think if you look up the word heart, you'll understand why Forrest Fenn said his heart was in Wyoming. And that it is vital that nobody shares the secret. You want my heart, then find the arrowhead. Arrowhead. So there was an arrowhead and had a mention of the size it was. I can't remember what that was now. Which solve was that? And the arrowhead was on the side of something. Was it his home? Not his home, but the home that was written about in the poem. Can't remember now. Like I say, I did a lot of solves. So say 5 years ago, whatever, those early solves up until now, hundreds of them. So if people like talk about sort of like the arrowhead, that's just come back to my mind. if people talk about solves, I think, oh yeah, I did that one in such place and this one. So that arrowhead was Wyoming that I'm thinking of. Might be a different one. The W was some sort. Was it the Wyoming College? I can't remember. You know, you do the big letters for the football field or whatever on the campuses and that. There's a big white W somewhere. Or it could be an M for all I know. But I just realised that a puzzle from me in that book and 10 Little Treasures may have more cred than JCB. But if you think that JCB might be another Jack, then, you know, it doesn't matter that, I don't know why you try and make everything so real. If it's all if it's all virtual, you know, if you're trying to read the script, then why are you trying to make everything so real? Just read the script and follow the script. You're in a play and you're trying to tell the people in the audience that what they're doing is wrong. It's like, just concentrate on the bloody script. Don't worry about what's going on outside in the real world. Just concentrate on what's happening to the script. What theory? You talk rubbish. Why do you talk rubbish? Well, I guess I just debunked your theory. You didn't know what to anagram until you found something. No, I found something and then I looked it up. I didn't look something up and find something. It's like the high, warm west rain, wet table. What the crap does that mean? But that's the anagram, along with many other anagrams that I had. What does that mean? What could it possibly mean? What is the high, warm west rain? What the heck is that? No, he didn't debunk anything. I found something in the poem, and then I looked it up in the real world. That's a lot different than find it in the real world and get it in the poem. What, do you think I just went, the warm west rain in Wyoming, what does that mean? Don't be stupid. A random thought like that, I'm just going to think of. Find it on the internet and go, yeah, that's begin it where warm waters halt. No. I found it by anagramming, begin it where warm waters halt. And my anagrams came up with a stupid statement like that. And I thought, well, what could that mean? See how it works? And I'm not even saying that that's the solve. I'm saying I anagrammed the poem. Has nothing to do with the theory. Nothing. You're saying it does. Just like you lot say the grid is the solve for the chess. No, it's not. You say it is, not me, you. That's why I made the video. You say it is. My solve, you, not me. You say it's my solve. I don't say it is. And you say it's wrong. And I agreed with you. It's not the solve for the chest. And David Paisano said it was wrong, inferring the fact that Shiloh said it was not the solve for the Forrest Fenn Thrill of the Chase chest. And I went on publicly, did a video publicly, and went on public record and said, I agree. I agree 100%. That's a true statement. I agree with that statement. It's not. The grid is not the solve for the Forrest Fenn Thrill of the Chase chess. I told you all. I publicly agree with that statement. Guess what? It's not. And I've been telling you that for years. The solve for the Forrest Fenn Thrill of the Chase chest is none of this stuff that you're talking about. It's read the poem with a little imagination. Listen, that's all it is. Stop with all this bull and go to all these different places. It's not that. It is not that. Not what I'm saying. Based on everything that Forrest Fenn said, it is nothing that you people are saying. Based on what Forrest Fenn said. Not me. I couldn't give a monkeys. If you want to carry on thinking what you're thinking, fine. When the second chase starts, fine. Try and solve it using the information you have. or try and solve it. Listen, try and solve it with the information that Forrest Fenn gave you. Which do you think will stand you in more stead? The one solve that you can't prove with all the 300 or however many more people there are, doing it differently, all of you doing it differently, with the correct answer, you have the correct answer. What's going to stand you in more stead? 100 people with different solves that can't prove it, or someone with answers, or someone with answers that can, if needed, prove them, and has. Everything that I've shown you is black and white. Real words, real meanings, real words. You can't deny they exist. You can say it's a load of rubbish, but they exist. What's going to stand you in more stead? One solve that may or may not be correct, based on all the individual people that say they solved it. If there's a new hunt coming up, do you think that your solution is going to help with that? And the worst part of it is, maybe it will. Maybe that solve is for another hunt. Maybe you got the wrong solve and the wrong hunt. Maybe. Or maybe you just got the wrong solve for any hunt. But if JCB, listen, this is simple logic, even a child could understand. You have no solution for the Forrest Fenn hunt, and you have another hunt coming up, and it says man with a gun, J10, C3, B2, 1032, man with a gun is JCB. Now, if that hunt, listen, please listen, is a continuation, and it has to be because the poem is being added to, do you think that JCB could write that poem in the same style that it was wrote? Or do you think Forrest Fenn wrote that poem in the same style that it was wrote? And do you think that understanding the poem will help you going forward? And do you think that the first chest might be found rather quickly? Could that be the trove? Because this chase is going to be, I don't know, supposedly better than the Forrest Fenn chase. How's that possible? And you don't even know why I'm saying that. I know why I'm saying that. How is it possible that this hunt is better than the Forrest Fenn hunt? Now, you only found a chest worth $1 million or $2 million. And you don't know what the Forrest Fenn Thrill of the Chase hunt was about. And you have no idea why I'm saying, how can that hunt be better than this one? And even worse, what if it's the same hunt? What if it's just a continuation? Remember, Forrest had, you can't see my hand, 5 keys. If we could find those chests, the 5 chests, got 5 keys, and there's 5 chests. If you find one, there should be 4 left. If Forrest had to go and there's a chest to be found, then that would be found, and then there'd be 4. Ooh. Then there would be 4 to go with the 4 keys. Do you have that in your soul? Have you any idea about it? No. Do you know why you haven't? Because you're not reading the script. You don't understand the poem. You never read it. You never stood a chance. But maybe if you listen, maybe before I don't know, maybe the house number of Forrest Fenn, 1021, maybe, I don't know, in those few weeks before the chase starts, again, maybe you might learn something. So 4 years I've told you the same thing over and over. And for 4 years, totally disregarded it. I hope I am wrong. I hope me and Davy B, we are totally wrong. Because if we're not, those that listened, they have a head start over you. Absolutely have a head start over you. And technically, possibly, me and Davy B have a head start. But I've told you already, and Davy B's the same, we're not interested in the next hunt. It wouldn't even be right or proper for us to be involved in the second hunt. Whether we're right or wrong, doesn't matter. But if we're right, and all of you people that have solved it are wrong, only those people who listen to Forrest have a chance of finding the second chest, third chest, fourth chest, fifth chest. And you, with your one solve, may not have any chance. See, you may want to talk to those people who listened. You may want to gain some insider knowledge as to what Forrest Fenn could have been saying. Not because Forrest Fenn told only them, because they listened to Forrest Fenn. The solve is simple for a chest. Not so simple for the trove, of which there may be 5, of which you have no clue. Now, I'm not trying to fall out with anyone. I'm not trying to outsmart anyone. Certainly not trying to outsmart Forrest. But I am saying all the information that we have, it's you, me, everybody, indicates that actually maybe there's 4 chests to find in regards to the keys that Forrest had, in regards to the 3 books he had and the project that was unfinished that he was unsure about whether it would be done or not. You see, that indicates that a project might be another hunt. That indicates that in that project there might be another 3 books. That indicates that this was the trial run for the 4 chests that you know nothing about. There's a man with a gun. All units respond. Are you going to find the chest? Is this going to be worldwide? Are people going to know how the thrill of the chase ended and how the JCB Hunter started and what's on offer? And for you people who only found a chest, you don't know. There's no way you know. But those people who solved the poem will. Absolutely they will. If I were you, I'd learn how to read the poem. Because if there's an addition to the poem, it's come from Forrest. And if you read it the same way you read the first part, you ain't got a hope in hell. That's how I see it. The TCOC was the best of deals, yet the FF chess champs wit is a close second. Are still brilliantly in the running for the chance for best list ever. Not sure what all that is, funny enough, but hi. How you doing? No head start. I'm not into the JCB hunt. You're not into it? You might change your mind. Well, will this end? When will this end? I've just told you. If there's a hunt starting, when will it end? There's no point. If you want a hunt to be successful and it's part of a hunt that hasn't got a good ending, there ain't much chance of that. The thrill keeps you all here without any chase. Ask yourself, not the trove, not the trove, not the mama, not the mama. No, but the information to find this trove may help you in good stead to find whatever's on offer. I multitask during these days. I can't even multitask at all, ever. I'm a man, can't you tell? If it is a continuation, then JCB doesn't know either. I don't know all of that, Nikki. Has to be a continuation, though, otherwise you won't use the poem. Because it belongs to Forrest, or the family. It doesn't belong to JCB. Unless, in the jar, the copyright, there has to be a reason why it's copyrighted. There has to be a reason why JCB has it. There has to be a reason why it was a heritage auction. Because it wasn't in the book in the Thrill of the Chase. And we were told the chest that went to auction was the chest that was in the book The Thrill of the Chase. That's what we're told. Jack. This is Jack saying, Forrest, I'm here with your chest. I just need to know. These aren't the exact words. I just need to know. Is this the chest that was in the book The Thrill of the Chase? Yes. Thanks. I just need to know that. It's the chest that was in the book The Thrill of the Chase, with no jar. Don't bid on the chest. Don't bid on the jar. You can't read it. It's copyrighted. Why is it copyrighted? Is something supposed to happen? Is it set up to continue? There's a reason the jar is with JCB. The man with the gun. There's a reason for it. Read the script. It will tell you. It's all JC. It's all Forrest Fenn's hunt. It's all Forrest Fenn's hunt. Chase is going to last 1,000 years. Chase is going to last 1,000 years. You can't have somebody using the jar from the Forrest Fenn hunt, using the poem from the Forrest Fenn hunt, if it's nothing to do with Forrest Fenn. That's impossible. So this was always Forrest Fenn's hunt. This was always Forrest Fenn's project. You are doing the same as you did in the first hunt. You're trying to separate reality into the apart from the script. Read the poem. Read the script. Read the narrative. You might as well call him Jack Collins Black. Oh, hang on. John was John, wasn't he? Jonathan. And now we have another Jonathan. Or a John. Or a Jack. Because John is Jack and Jack is John. So Jack's gone from Jack Stoof to John Collins Black. You refuse to see something because you want to be the solver of the first chest that went to auction. The chest that was in the book The Thrill of the Chase. You do not even know why that happened. You do not even know why there is not a chest full of jewels, diamonds, rubies, sapphires, turquoise, whatever. You don't even know that. You don't even care about that. You just want to be the person who found the chest. The chest is going to be donated as per Forrest Fenn's wishes. You are never going to get the chest. And if you are the solver, you will get what you're entitled to. Whatever Forrest deemed was yours. JCB's just like our boy Cal is ours. The deed is in your hands, as I have left it up to you. Your advice is needed, please. Sometimes black sounded like an expensive drink. Yes, it does. Absolutely. I think I said that the other day. John Collins is, and then black is something else. So put the two together. So what's it called? It's not called a John Collins. It's called a Tom Collins, isn't it? I can't remember. Tom Collins black. Tom Collins, whatever the drink is, anyway. And then a different word for black, and you have a name of someone. As far as I can see, this has come to fruition. So in reality, there was a 2026, well, it was 2025, but it's been moved, deadline that potentially explained the clump of a boot and all of that, that would, you know, have secrets, you know, and, and finish this, you know, correctly. But if JCB is going to start, then it's just like Dances with Wolves. You know, one has to go because one's coming. That's how I see it. It has to, you know, it has to run its course. There has to be the truth for people to believe in the truth or believe in a maverick. Single barrel silo, is that straight up or on the rocks? Is that the drink? Done dirt cheap. I won't have to invent characters for mine. Ask yourself timing. Who's missing who? Primates. Primates. Yeah, I don't think that the JCB hunt can take off unless the Forrest Fenn hunt has, you know, the credible soul. That makes people believe in the JCB hunt. And if the Forrest Fenn hunt has a credible soul, which it does have, you know, and a reason, then, you know, the whole world is going to want to take part in everything that goes forward. Health, wealthy, and wise. It happened because it was in Irving Testers chasing chickens. I thought it was Fort Worth. Is that where Fort Worth is? Happens. I mean, who's to say that those Indians chasing the chickens weren't, you know, the kids, like dressed up as Indians? Like, if the kids want to chase the chickens, let them chase the chickens. If I was a lesbian, I would not mind a Joan Collins naked. If I was, well, I don't know where that came from, but you know, there's a lot of people out there that would say exactly the same, even if it was just a picture. You know, that's fine now. Hey, Luli, how you doing? As Forrest said, the many different ways of the ending. It may be 1,000 years till second place. As said, the many different ways to the ending. Well, I don't know. I can't remember hearing that, and he may have done. But I know he said there was only one way in. No shortcuts. Going for the back door. 1,000 years. And you know, I'm not going to argue with Forrest, so there is that. But I just find it difficult to believe that if JCB Hunt's supposed to be part of the Forrest Fenn chase, it's hard to believe that people will want to take part when there's no winner. you know, I know Jonathan's supposed to be the winner, but there's not much credibility for the Forrest Fenn Thrill of the Chase ending that Forrest talked about. CNN, K-Pro show, that didn't happen. The Denver car park didn't happen. Nothing that Forrest Fenn said about the ending has materialised. I can't believe that that's the case. And if it's not the case going forward, I can't believe that people are going to get involved with. I mean, some people will, but I don't believe that, unless the start to the JCB hunt is better than the end of the Forest Fenn Thrill of the Chase, or part of the end of the Forest Fenn Thrill of the Chase, and that's how it could work. Hijacked. Hey man, how are you doing? I'm good, thanks. I hope you are. Hope the family is as well. I guess I'm late to the party. As long as you're here, Luli, that's all that matters. Nobody judges. Well, not this side of the screen anyway. If you're at the party, you're at the party. Not that there's much, drink or festivities going on. I don't do these videos to prove I'm the solver. Told you from the very beginning. I do them to prove to you that Forrest Fenn was honourable in everything that he said and did. That's why I do these. So people stop saying bad things about Forrest, because there is a soul for his Thrill of the Chase. And there is a soul for his trove. Whilst they are separate and totally different, you can, using one of the solves, find all the information, or you can just find a solve for the chest information. It is not simple in the way that Forrest Fenn said it was simple, or the way that we took it to be simple. It's not. All of it is difficult. All of it. It's just simple when you know what the answer is. When you know what the answer is, it's like, oh man, I should have done that first. Or, I wish I'd have thought of that. And when you see what the answer is, you probably will. For the chest. For the other bit, that's a long, windy road, that is. That's the long ride home. That's, if your soul is like my war for me. A whole load of empty. Those badges that you want to pin on yourself for doing what you did don't mean anything. They can't do. You can't all be correct. You can't all be correct. You cannot all be correct. It's impossible. It's just impossible. I thought I was correct millions of times. Well, not millions, but hundreds of times. But I know, listening to Forrest, I know it's not possible. And it's not possible because you can't start. You have to finish. You have to be wise. You have to find the blaze and know that you're looking back. You're reading it backwards. You found the blaze. Now look quickly down. The heavy lows and water high. There's no paddle up your creek. The end is ever drawing nigh. You go from there, it's no place for the meek. Putting below the homely brown, not far but too far to walk. Begin it where warm waters halt. Because now you know you have it nailed down. And you know the last clue gives you the chest. Therefore, you know you have the correct warm waters halt. Because the chest is in your hand. That's it. That's it. You don't go to begin it where warm waters halt. And yet you do. You don't go to the home of Brown, and yet you do. And you don't go to the Blaze, and yet you do. It's all the same thing. One thing, one place, one spot, a special spot. A special spot that people don't normally go. A special spot that people won't stumble upon. A chest. That's it. It really is simple. You know, if anybody does know the solve, they know how simple it is. Really do. They know how simple it is. And that's the most frustrating thing to know. I would comment if I could find my phone. I don't know what those drinks are. The Tom Collins Black. Love the chase for one single word. The dote of yourself. If you then must be someone else, till without you will hate your own tale. Well, I think Forrest is someone else, and I think that's where the trove lies. And the chest, I think Willie knows where the chest is. Hi Lou, yes, the JCB stakes are so high they might even be non-existent. Uh-oh. Toxin flusher at charcoal. Uh-oh, we're getting these, I don't know. I don't understand. Oh, Buffalo Springfield song, For What It's Worth, was from two movies, Forrest Gump and Lord of War. Oh, are they the scenes? I was looking at Dances with Wolves and Dances with Wolves in Death in Paradise. Not Dangerous Murder. Or Magnificent Seven or Secret Moon or the others. Secret Moon. Something to do with life. Secret Life? I can't remember. Something to do with life. This is painful to listen to for the fourth time tonight. Don't listen then. Is one of us correct, Mario? Is one of us correct? In what sense? The Forrest Gump and Lord of War? Or what somebody said tonight? I believe that someone is correct. Absolutely. I believe that. I believe that Forrest set it up in such a way that that was always going to be the case. That someone was going to have the answer and they were going to be correct. And that is the statement. And that's no different than nailed down. Like if Forrest said you need a winning solve and a nailed down solve, that would be no different than saying you need a correct solve, not just right. So the word itself is another hint. You know, your best revenge is me wearing a bracelet. There is information in that. It's in a safe place. There is information in that. And you have to extract that information. Because words don't mean what you think they do. So stop believing that the words that you hear is what you hear. It'd be like hearing the word we. Write in chat what you think the word we means. Oh, thanks. Sorry, I didn't want for you to go, Sandy, but thanks for being here. I am done answering email, Facebook, checking the markets, and order stuff on eBay. Thanks for the multitask. Wow, you certainly have. I couldn't do that. Really, if I look well, it's the treasure on the way also. Sometimes you find more than what you're looking for. Okay, the one is governing as no death of previous is allowed. Said allowed or not allowed. About allowed said to be sent to be seen as governing. Oh, nice. So JCBs provides some much needed spirituality. Why put a lifetime into the land of your as a title holder to die on? Start to sound like Dillard now. Why put a lifetime into land of your as a title holder to die on? I've forgotten where I was going with what I was saying. I asked you to put in chat. What did I ask you to put in chat? We. What do you think we means? Come on, someone. Anyone. Just one person if there is. What do you think we is? Anyone? Well, I think you're all wrong anyway, before you do it, based on the Forrest Fenn, according to Hoyle. So, I will put it in what I was saying. Anybody thinking that? You can't think my thoughts? Ring a bell? Who owns the title to Providence? T? T? What's T? With Olga? Oh, I'm going to put some hearts as well. Everybody, hear me all and listen good. Man, I gave the chain to hook my bird of no navy. Man with a gun was a cop. Man with a gun was a cop. I thought the man with a gun was me. Man with a gun was a cop. That must be, what's his name? Connolly, Michael O'Connolly. So, we. If that was Forrest Fenn, he just said something to you, and you all had your own thoughts, and you didn't think what it was. And yet, you could be certain that you thought I meant we, the people, we, as in little, we, as in going for a wee, etc. But I meant yes, as in a French we, not an IOU. I wish I'd never said yes. A French we. So those people that believe, because they listen to the word, this is just the chase in general, because they listen to the word we, that they had the answer. No, you didn't have the answer. You had the wrong we. Because you didn't listen to Forrest. Maybe it was the we from the French soldier. So you had to first understand the language. To understand when I said we, I said yes, nothing other than that. Didn't matter what you thought, didn't matter what you believed, it didn't matter. You couldn't think what I was thinking. I was thinking yes. And you were thinking we the people, we going for a we whatever, we like jumping down a slide. Didn't matter what you thought of. However creative you got, you were never going to just say yes. Ever. You were never just going to say yes. You were going to say everything that you could think of. That was we. And then you kick off saying, oh, you didn't say it's going to be French. Oh, you didn't say this. I didn't say anything. I just said the word we. Yes, a book. Too bad I hid a boot. A clump of a boot. In a word, yes. In a word, yes. So, in a word, yes. Lisa Bonet. Ain't no bezel. Lisa Bonet, she's that nice one that was in that film with Rooney Rourke, whatever his name is. Lucifer, Louis Cypher. Five leaf. Sit in a chair and I don't know what that is. Oh, and AI your I don't know, it's hidden by that. Jer. Was it a car or cat I saw? You are out on a limb, Mario. The words in the poem said exactly what they were meant to say. I'm out on a limb. Do geese see God? Do geese see God? Ah, I see what you did there. I see what you did there. You wrote it both ways. Do geese see God? Very good. You will fear the lion if near. Yeah, the poem had to be the poem had to be that way. So those words that Forrest had in the poem meant what they were supposed to say. But if you began where warm waters halt and read the poem like that, you would never get the answer because it's so vague. So those words could mean what they were supposed to say, and you could read it that way as long as you knew that you didn't go from warm waters halt. I'm not going to dispute that. You could, if you were smart enough, you could read it and stay where you were. But the problem is, no, no, impossible. There was only ever going to be one spot. If that poem meant, and take it in the canyon down, if they meant what they're supposed to mean, there's only way you can read that. There's only one way you can read that. So I don't know. You'd have to be very, 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 very. I don't know. I can't think of the word to be to understand that it meant stay where you are. We, and yes are not nouns. What's that got to do with anything? I'm just trying to explain to you, no one can think Forrest Fenn's thoughts. The fact that I made a statement, imagine that's the chase, and I made a statement, and you all decided that when I said we, it was whatever we you decided it was, when in fact it wasn't, it was just the word yes, means you didn't think my thoughts, which means anything you thought was incorrect. That's all I'm saying. There's no nouns or anything to do with it. Just that you didn't think what I thought. Therefore, always going to be incorrect. You may believe you came up with the word we, and it meant we the people. Great. And you may have told everybody that you're correct. Great. But you weren't. You may have thought going for a we, and you thought you were correct. Great. But you weren't. You may have thought we, a small dram. You may have thought it's correct, but no, you weren't. And that's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter what you think. It really doesn't matter what you think. It's what Forrest Fenn thought. And you can't think what he thought, so therefore, no. That's what I'm saying. Rats live on no evils. Another one. That a good, Mario. Well, aren't that good. Won't lovers rule? Where have you had all these from? Maybe someone will get lucky on somebody's bread roll of last. Maybe X in the last name. He said something about X being on the soldier's name, didn't he? And I was talking about Devereaux, which is also Wyoming. The obvious is language. Ah, Satan sees Natasha. I like that. No X in Nixon. It is full circle. Isn't that what Forrest said? I think I'm talking in circles. Headed to sleep. Thanks, Marriott. Yes, I'm going to head to sleep. It's 4:56. Thank Queen. Always good. Everyone remember to believe, read, and listen good. Absolutely. I wish I'd have said that. Believe, read, and listen good. In the right order as well. The exact order. Believe in a maverick. Read what... Oh, no. Probably in a different order. Believe in a maverick. Listen good. And read in what the poem says. Oh, Geronimo, no minor ego. A dog, a panic in a pagoda. How many of these have you got? I'm going to write your new construction of Constitution before the fire. You know your own history of Washington to be hit first, 420 others to be stated as occupied. Fenn, I can't understand all of this stuff. You and Dillard and the other person, and now Five Leaf doing these. What are they called? Five Leaf? I don't know what they're called. I just know that they make sense both ways. Uzi rat in a sanitary zoo. We are speaking English, Marion. Where the lines cross, where letters cross. Well, though two. So if you look at the lines in the poem, to get the letters in the grid, they have to cross. You have to go from one line to the other to make the word. So potentially it is where the lines cross. So the person who can best make the lines cross, or whatever the statement is, shifting, drifting, adjusting, moving with confidence, best able to adapt, please touch, continuous, contiguous, chronological, which means you have to read it in order, otherwise it won't make any sense. You can't say, over the cow, the moon jumped. Doesn't make any sense. So, X in Mexico. Palindromes, that's the word. Thank you very much. You're a very nice man. Palindromes, that's the word. Mexico Beach. Son of a beach. Oh, I was hoping it was Barbados Beach. Whoa, I'm going to Barbados. Whoa, back to the island. Isn't that where Treasure Island is? Is it not in the Caribbean? The Caribbean? Oh, Ada. That was another song for Ada. That's Colorado, isn't it, Ada? And there's an AV something there as well. Can Ada got it easy as a straight line across the same land known as scam? That sounds like it's definitely a anagram. Well, yeah, I'm going. Thanks, Tigger, for... Uh-oh, you're not the bully, are you? To see how high he can bounce. We bit a scant. Tarry scant. Scant is little. Tarry scant. Stay a little. Or don't stay a little. But tarry scant with marvel gaze. Even that, people don't use in their soul, but, get out of there. That's what Forrest said. You won't stand around looking at how good it is. Go get chest and get out of there. So, ciao, 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 ciao. Hilarious, mate. 'Tis a wee bit, a wee bit, a wee. Nikki's getting it anyway. Someone's getting it. So, the things that are said by me, by Forrest, are not necessarily what you think they are. And in everything that I've said and done, I have tried to give information that is potentially understandable and potentially, if I'm correct with Davy B, a correct answer. Now, the answers I already know, says Forrest, so best just give him the answer. Now, I don't think I told Forrest who, but I did tell Forrest where and what. The who came later. But the what, that's important. And if not for my name, I would have nothing. That's important. And nailed down is named, and that's important. So it's important to know what's worth knowing and what isn't. And that's important. So all the information that Forrest gives is important. But you have to know what is worth knowing and what isn't. Because the problem is, there are hundreds of souls. Hundreds. I'm not kidding you. There are hundreds of souls. And even if there was only 50,000 people in the chase, and there was only 500 souls, there was more than that. But if there was only 500 souls, you can't all be correct. But the fact that there could be 500 souls means there has to be a soul that doesn't belong with any of them. And that means that all the souls that are given probably are all incorrect. And if it's incorrect, then surely none is better than the other. And that's not being nasty. That's just being, honest and factual. If it's a wrong solve, how can it be better than another wrong solve? It can't be better than another wrong solve. It can't be. If it's incorrect, then it's just as incorrect as the other solve, which is just as incorrect as the other solve. There can't be a better wrong solve. Not in my opinion. If it's wrong, it's wrong. If you're going to get a cross against it, not in a good way, but if you're going to get an X, it's incorrect. If you get naught for an incorrect answer, you're going to get naught. You won't get a little bit more because it was a better incorrect answer. It'll still be naught. So you get the ticks, which are the boxes. So you tick the boxes. These are the things that Forrest said. Does your solve tick those boxes? Yes, 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 yes. Oh, no. Then it's wrong. If there was 100 ticks and one cross, it's wrong. It's wrong. Doesn't matter how good it is. It's wrong. And that's my thrill of the chase, as I've tried to explain to you. Done hundreds of solves. And Forrest went, no. I went, stuff you. Had another go. No, stuff you. Had another go. And I kept looking in the mirror. But even that is in the mirror. You can't see part of yourself in the mirror. I looked in the mirror most times and thought, do you really want to do this? So who are you doing this for? You or Forrest? Are you trying to find the answers now because you just want to be rich, or do you want to make Forrest make it happen? Do you want to help Forrest make it happen? Or do you just want to know what the answer is? I wanted to know what the answer was. Because when I went to America, it obviously wasn't that. Obviously wasn't that. And it was the worst time of my life. It really was. Apart from when I was a young kid, nothing in my life was worse than that. Wasted nearly a week in the end. I was only going to get the treasure, come back. And it's 3, 4, 5 days. I can't remember. I know that I was at. So it took a day to get there. 2 days. So a week. A week of traveling. A couple of days there. So the day's traveling and a couple of days there. And one, from Casper to Denver, from Denver to Canada, from Canada to England. and then the drive home without my luggage because it didn't come with me because they managed to send it to Holland and Germany. So that didn't go down well either. So all in all, not very good. The time wasted trying to wait for my bag to come around the flipping turntable, whatever you call it. One lot comes round, nope. Another lot comes round, nope. Another lot comes round, nope. My bag isn't there. So not good. So I decided I wanted to know what the answer was. I wanted to solve the poem. The chest is gone. It's not about the chest. I was stuck in America like a flipping idiot, and it wasn't about the chest. So what is this about? How is Forrest going to make this happen? He says he can't end it. Of course he can. He put a chest out there. He can end it. So if he can't end it, what is this about? What is he telling us? That he can't end it. I couldn't end the chase if I wanted to. And yet it's just a chest that he put out. Surely he can end it. So is he saying he couldn't end it, but the other person could? An American in the making has a neighbor of a straight line, and then, as F said, start or end. Only one has all of nothing of the but history. Nail down is to never more, never move. Never move. Yes. I like that. Is Ada a nickname for Adeline? Adeline. Ooh. Well, I have Ada for something else. It's not that. And whilst Ada was, I'm sure it was Colorado or sold for Colorado. Can't remember how I got that. I know I was walking around. Was it Mayday? So it basically went in a U shape. Was it Mayday or Maybell? So all rise up there, and there's another one above. Delta is above that. So there's Delta, then there's all right, then there's, is it Hamilton? And coming down, Telluride on that side or that side. Then Mayday. Then it goes round and back up, and I think Ada's on that side as opposed to that side. So I was reading the poem, and Ada was one of the places that I had to go through to get to another place. So that was crazy. So many souls is unreal. How is the battle Little Bighorn when the battle is named after the little bugler? The little bugler, sorry, the bugler. The little bugler. Well, according to, I don't know if this is the answer to the question, but it didn't take place in one spot. So what happened was the cavalry didn't make a stand. Not the cavalry. They didn't make. Well, it is a cavalry, isn't it? Some cavalry. So they didn't make the stand in one place, as people said. They sort of broke up into lots of different places, and even the timber, the wood. So they went into different areas, and they were picked off in those different areas, and then what was left ended up somewhere. So some of them were in the timber, which is the wood, and some of them were killed, trying to flee. Some of them were killed, the stragglers. Some of them were killed. So basically, there's like a of soldiers until you get to where they're all supposed to have been killed, but it didn't end. It wasn't the way that people are saying it was. No, that's a lie. It's the way that the native Indians said it was, not the way that it was relayed back. So they said, it was like this, and these people did this, and this was done, and this was done, and this was done, and a certain certain Indian braves, killed these people, and certain Indian braves killed these people. But I don't know why it was called the Little Bugle and why that was done, apart from the fact that it was not just in one place. It was. Oh, people talking more now. Because the one man without arms used his horn to defend as the last one to stand. Like there are many ways or paths, but only one goes through the Son to the Father. Then do 9 men interpret 9 men I not. Wow, that was a good one. F would never be hooked to deviate from his original plan. Oh, I thought you were going to say no man is an island then. Hey Rob, how you doing? You find war over war, then you know where what race fast they've gone. Yeah, it does work, that does. I thought there was a bit of a what's name there, but no, it still works. The blood halts. A thirsty girl. That's what that was about. A thirsty girl. Ooh. A gesture of kindness. Yeah, it was. If you're talking about what mine was. And it was a bad time. It really was a bad time. Who are you? Who are you? Sounds like Ben. It's a mockumentary. Why are we still figuring these things out? Well, I didn't think I was still figuring them out. I thought I figured them out. I thought I'd stop searching for you, man. Thank you. Leave is nothing but a loser. Troll rock on. You see it as a stupid move coming to America. I see it. Yeah. Well, the thing is, I don't see it as stupid. I see it as greedy and all sorts of things. But that girl, obviously in a worse predicament than I was, made me saw, whilst I already knew I was stupid in what I had done, she made me, take a real good look. And I didn't do it because I wanted to make myself feel better. I did it, I truly felt sorry for that girl. It was like, man, I can't believe that people just leave you there. It's like, there's no family, there's no boyfriend or girlfriend, no friends, nobody, just there on their own for hours. And I mean hours. It's a long time. And I'm normally, well, you can see, I normally don't give a monkey's about time. I just, keep going, no drink, no food, no nothing. Just keep going. So, but even I was like feeling a bit hungry and a bit thirsty. And it's like, man, if I don't get her something, what sort of person am I? So, and there was that conflict in me that, I could potentially make whatever was upsetting her worse. It could have been a man that upset her, or done something even worse. So me approaching her could make her feel worse. I was like, do I, don't I? Should I, shouldn't I? And then when I was actually buying it, I had to, put some stuff away because it was open. I didn't want to give her anything that was open in case she thought that, I tried to spike it or something. So I had to, buy something that was, wrapped or in a bottle. So, not cut up, a bottle so she could know that it hadn't been opened or touched with. But I would honestly love to know what, it's hard to get out of my mind that she was crying and nothing happened. And did she ever leave that place? Well, she obviously must have left that place, but how did she leave that place? Because she was there a long time. And, I'd like to know that she did fine, that she was okay. Hey, Marion, how do you feel about the little Indian girl comment from Forrest? Yeah, I've said before, Rob, it's just that she got to the place. Like people talk about it as this, super cryptic puzzle that can't be, understood. But basically, Forrest just said she didn't get any closer than the first two clues because she was already there. It doesn't matter that she come from India. She could have come from Wyoming. It could be a little girl from Wyoming, and she could go to the first two clues and be right where the chest was. That's it. And she can't get any closer because she's right by it. So imagine me, I'm the little girl from India. Oh, that looks a bit scruffy, doesn't it? I'm the little girl from India, and I'm right up to where the chest is. There it is, and I can't get any closer. Here I am. Here's the chest. I'm the little Indian girl, and I can't get any closer than that. That's it. That's it. And anybody who solved the first two clues and walked right by the chest, they walked right by the little Indian girl who was right by the chest. There it is. And it wouldn't matter if she come from Wyoming. If she was a little girl from Wyoming, she could still only solve the first two clues and not get any closer because she's already there. So that's what I think. I don't actually know history. The little Paposia is a history to truth. Pop is not 100 years to police. So, I think that's as simple as it needs to be. She can't get any closer because she's already there. And the people who sold the first two clues walked right by her. And that in itself says, look, the chest is here. If you can solve the first two clues and walk right by the chest is here. Don't go anywhere. The chest is here. And the reason you won't find it where you're looking, and the reason why it's not buried where you find it, all those things, it's not 9 locations. It's impossible to be 9 locations. When Forrest says solve the first two clues, you're more than 50% there. Well, what's 50%? Could be 100%, which means you're already there. You're more than 50%, means you're 100% there. There you are, you're already there. So all the statements that Forrest made were saying Homer Brown, Homer Brown, Homer Brown, Homer Brown. And he was saying it was the Homer Brown as well as the blaze. If you know the Homer Brown, why are you worried about the blaze? Well, okay, then if it's at the Homer Brown, the blaze is at the Homer Brown. Look quickly down at the Homer Brown. And he said, if you have the Homer Brown, why are you worried about Warm Waters Hole? So if it's at the Brown, it's at the Homer Brown, then so is Warm Waters Hole. And so is the blaze. So therefore, find the blaze. From the blaze, work your way from the blaze to Warm Waters Hole, get the chest, it's over. Arrive back where you started, know the place for the first time, etc., etc. I don't see it's difficult. I know it's difficult, but when you do it, it doesn't seem difficult anymore. Place is the same, the names have changed. Place is the same, the names have changed. Ooh, look, girl in India. Don't know what that is. Thought it was from India. Little girl in India can't get closer than the first two clues. Without knowing the background, even that, without knowing the backstory, it's like just, if you read the poem, you're there. You are the guy who would spend hundreds, maybe more, to bring the girl a coke. Probably. Nicky, if that was you, don't do that to me. Flipping heck. Just, yeah, it was a weird time. It really was. It was the only thing that comforted me. I didn't know that was going to happen. I really didn't know that was going to happen. And it was, it really was daunting. Like, am I doing the right thing? Am I not doing the right thing? Is it going to upset her more? Will it help her? You have all in the land and don't have a clue. You have all in the land and don't have a clue. Probably. Or I don't know. I do have a clue and I'm not saying. Who are you? It ain't greed. We agreed it's time. Can't say that. To move on or moving on? Moving on up. Moving on up. Who are you? More to the point is, who is Forrest? the real Forrest. If you don't believe that that's not what this was about, there's something wrong with the way that you think. You don't have this is early on in the chase, you don't have an interview with Lorraine Mills and put that statement out if it doesn't mean anything. Just like, why can't people say checkmate Forrest Fenn? Has to be a reason. So that's another solve. The mail a coin, that's another solve. Using the sliding trick. Like there's lots of solves that are in the poem if you do the poem differently. Even like tag, chase, whatever you want to call it. That was in the poem. The Scrabble, the word search, obviously, like games that a child would play. I didn't find Monopoly in there or Chaseopoly. Game of Cards was in there. The Joker and the Ten of Hearts. The Joker being the Ten of Hearts. Nothing remains the same if you look hearts in the way at change around you as you're too busy to notice. She is with the blonde and deaf Helen Keller. I hope she wasn't on the plane when Helen was piloting. She is with the blind and deaf. You're lost. I don't know what that's supposed to mean, Nikki. I don't know who's blind and deaf Helen Keller. Land for sale, land for sale. I don't think this was about land. 20 different types of land are in the poem, in my opinion. So if you look in the poem, you see the word and. There's every chance that you're going to see the word land around there, or DNA, or dam, or NDA. There's information there. Or one horse land and cattle. Foolish something. Well, Mary, we know that Forrest was talking about. We know what Forrest was talking about, don't we? In the sense of who he was, what he was achieving, where a chest was, and lots of other stuff. But that first bit, yeah, who he is, because Forrest has passed. So who Forrest is now. What it began before 2009, but what started in 2009 up until the present day, and going forward, making everyone a winner, why can't we all just get along, sticking it to the man, as it were. Lots of different things to help. Well, it helps everybody, really. The only issue is that those that are well off will seek to impose themselves, because of what Forrest did, and try to change things because of what Forrest did, in their favour. But I'm thinking Forrest has the whole card, which I think he's played now, or he's playing, and that might, stop a few people doing what they're doing. If that makes any sense. Life is what happens when we are busy making other plans. Was that John Lennon? It wasn't me. But that's how I... Is that C? Can't see because of flipping hearts anymore, doesn't it? It wasn't me. That sounds like that song. It wasn't me. I'm going to stick the hearts up anyway because I think that's it. I'm 5:25 in the morning. And I think it's time for me to go to sleep, or at least get a little sleep anyway. So I thank you again. There's a title screen which tells you some of the things that you need to be aware of. This, people saying that I'd given up, that's pathetic. People thinking that I believed 100% what David Paisano said, that's pathetic. Listen to the video, listen to what I said. Okay, I looked a bit sad and a bit what's the name, but I did get a bit tearful when I was talking about friends and that, and that was real. That was, I wasn't expected to feel like that when I was talking about it. But there are some people that I consider to be friends, and some of those people were just, not very nice. And it was like, I wasn't expecting that. Oh, it wasn't me, but that's how I see you thinking. The title Hammer Brown is not so funny yet. Quality is the smarts of the free. I've said it before. It's a community solve. Well, if everybody's going to be a winner, then it has to be, doesn't it? There's no way for if everyone's going to be a winner. So he found no, he didn't say that. He said, find a way where everyone can win. That's what Forrest said. Find a way where everyone can win. So that sounds like everyone to me. Everyone, where everyone can win. It sounds like everyone. So, who are you? Probably 100% correct. I don't know the title. For sale to bestest bidder. The bestest bidder. The best first bidder. For sale to the best first bidder. Okay, I bid $5. That's got to be the best because it's the first. No? Yeah. I don't know what the land is. For sale to, it doesn't even say the land anymore, does it? For the title to be is not no Fenny yet. Quality is the smart free. You all start to speak in, I don't know what sort of language it is, but it doesn't make sense. Like the only way it makes sense is if this is in the poem and you can read it in the poem, it takes you to a certain place. Or it's an anagram, more better on tour listing. I know tour listing. The girl from India was with Helen Keller piloted the plane for 20 minutes, even though she was blind and deaf. Forrest stated in Q&A on mysterious writing she should stay with. Wow, I didn't know that. Oh, I missed it, that. Helen Keller and the girl, I didn't know the girl from India was real. Onwards and upwards, Forrest was alive. That was his treasure. Absolutely. And he said he's going to tack another year on. I hope he, when this is over, he does. Well, I did, as I said before, sent an email to Forrest saying, say you're going to live to be 125. And, if you say you can do it, then you can do it. So, happy days. Doing a 3-day antique show. Wow. Well, I wish you all the best with that. I'm going to say ciao for now because it's 5:29. 5:30. Wow. I'll keep doing this. And stream. Thank you, Major Forrest Fenn, first and foremost. Thank you, Charlotte, for not talking to David Paisano about the solve that I've been talking about for the last 4 years. Thanks, David, for having a laugh about that statement. At the end of the day, the grid is not the solve for the Forrest fan through the chase chest. It is, however, really good information going forward about a trove and other promise of new discoveries.